in short order, and it's something that nobody's even looked at yet.
All right.
There is something called mezzanine financing, which I was not familiar with. Familiar with commercial loans, signature loans, personal guarantees, things like that. Mezzanine financing is brand new to me. And as I started researching this, there's real problems with these commercial buildings out there. Now, to give you an idea, when you go out and you buy a building,
should be alive.
And they give you a loan, and you take a loan against the building, there's a mortgage basically.
Hey, Naboban, I guess you were first, and Brian and Darren and Timinator. Hey, Brenda, Jack Wolf, Fabian, Carajito, Super G, Julie Kim, Ramon Harris, Robert Chicano. How are you? They took down my Twitter account because Sam Chung at Lynn Partners filed a copyright claim for her picture. There was no indication that publicity shot on the website at the Lynn Partners had a copyright. Maybe they got it since then, so I have to fight that. But and I don't know how to use DMs anyway. But anyway, Rob Sagano, good to see you here. Brian, Paul, Ariana, T. Alex, hey Jennifer, Yaker, Ocean Sailing, Hanging Moss. Ham comes on in 11 minutes. The Voice, I know that's why you're here. Heath, Mark, Bamalaki, Hanging Moss, Deborah, Pat, Martin, Linda Telly, T. Alex was first, Teresa, Knives, Dubiwa 420. Oh, it's Wednesday. Oh, God. 1049. You clearly can't be a man and respond. You want to call me out publicly. Why don't you give them the whole story? Explain how you were talking about information you can't share, but went on to say Univest buying in. In my opinion, you opening your mouth pushed them back to avoid any appearance of insider trading. Okay, so I'm not being a man and I'm not responding. Apparently, I personally am responsible for Univest delaying because they didn't want the appearance of insider trading. You wouldn't listen to the 10 times I tried to warn you nicely. You refused to respect the respect of calling me back. So you gave me no choice to be nice. So anyway, telling someone F-U-C-K and not apologizing in my generation, after all I did for you, and you couldn't even respond to the David Lee situation, despite multiple mods telling you, you refused to allow people to walk you, though unbending me. Even Jenny tried to tell you and you ignored it. You show no respect for anyone and you expect to get respect. You made Ace need to edit his video because you decided to show a private text live. I don't remember that. And that was a mistake. I vaguely remember that there was a name in the top or something. Look, I'm learning as I go. Be a man if you want respect. Otherwise, you get none. But at least I do it behind the scenes and not public like you. Tell them the whole story if you want to call me out publicly. Well, there, I guess I told you the whole story. In my generation, if you use the F-U-C-K word in anger at someone, you apologize later. But maybe, you know, in the generation of swipe left, swipe right, everything's free, you know, date 50 guys before you get married, or 100 women before you get married. I don't know. It's a different generation. I haven't always been good at getting back to people, so that's disrespectful, so I don't deserve respect. But I, on the other hand, get overwhelmed with learning the technology, with just talking and absorbing all the emotions and thinking. It's draining. And I don't always do a good job. I admit that. I don't get back to everybody. I don't respond to everybody. I miss things. And if I want respect, give respect. Well, for all of you who I haven't shown respect to, I apologize. I'll do better at showing you respect. My issue with one person is that whether it's in a text message or an answer, when you ratchet it up to the FUCK word, for me, different generation, that is not only disrespectful, but it deserves an apology. So I appreciate everything you've done for me. Appreciate it. I didn't know that that meant that I had to absorb being sworn at, cursed at. It's not worth it to me. I don't accept it. Yeah, I'm a different generation, but you want to swear and curse at me without apology. I don't do crazy. Crazy doesn't live here. How'd I forget that scene in As Good as It Gets? Oh, we're all full up on crazy or something. All right, Jennifer Dubiwa, Echo, Jeff. We have. Oh, and by the way, if I'm not a man, I don't know what I am. 10:55. No, he's not meeting with them today. I think he's going to talk quite a bit about the Bloomberg story, where naked short sellers, criminals, are reporting the crime to the SEC and then getting a bonus for doing that. These guys are just acquisitive, take money to a point of some sort of sickness in their head. Thank you, T. Alex. Andy Brewer, thank you. It's the same pattern. Heath, that's great that you're doing that. Now they're telling you have to pay $150 research fee. Unbelievable. They should be paying it. They're the ones that have put counterfeit shares or IOUs, electronic IOUs, in your accounts. They're the ones that accepted promises instead of settlement in return for your cash. A promise to pay is not settlement. A promise for shares is not settlement. Once a person places on their picture on the internet, they have no rights. I know, and I have to get a lawyer, pay them to write a letter, or I'll just write the letter, Ocean Sailing. I guess I'll just write it. I know, I think. All right, fingers 521. That text message is from someone who's a good guy, and I'm going to leave his name out, but he's he's of a younger generation, having a bit of a hissy fit, and he feels that I've shown him disrespect and I'm not being a man, and that gives him a right to F-U-C-K word me. Well, okay, he explained himself. My generation, hey pal, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use that word, I was out of line. Okay, let's go on. That's fine, you know, work guys, we can deal with it. But I'm not someone, I may not be a man and I may not show respect to anyone, but it's only rare occasions I can remember in my life that I've ever cursed or sworn at somebody. If I ever did, I always apologized. And I may not be a man, may not show respect, but you know, when somebody, I find, do you know the F-U-C-K word used is assault legally? It's verbal assault. I'm not accusing him of that, but it's not good. It's you know. So anyway, I'm not. It's like that scene in The Outlaw Josie Wales when I forget the captain's name or whatever, the colonel's name. He says, "Senator, don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining." I'm not going to be pissed on my back. Anyway, it's done. Hey, Abdu Razik Kifek, good morning. Did I miss that? No. What's happening in the Middle East? Something new? It is, Abdu Razik. I think we can all agree on one basic thing, and then it doesn't have to be political. It doesn't have to be emotional. I hope God. I pray to God that there's peace throughout the region, but I hope God protects all of his little babies. All of the babies everywhere, I pray, are protected regardless of religion, regardless of sex, regardless of where they were born, regardless of what political zone they're in. I hope God protects all of his babies. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's misunderstandings, but okay, let's call him and get off of me. Who cares about me? Who cares about me? Certainly not me. All right, let's see. Let's see if he answers. The voice. The voice. Hello. Uh-oh. He's on another call.
Call ended.
All right. So we'll try him again in a second. Gimme. Well, you know, double WA 420. I don't get angry about that. It's just a different generation, and there's 2 or 3 behind me. But what I worry about is this bubble we've lived in North America for 40 years, and it's gotten better and better for everybody over the last 10 or 15 years. Some reasons for that: oil and cheap money and technology, supply chains, a lot of reasons. It's all going to change. And the next 5, 10, 15, 40 years is going to be very difficult. So I think we're not here to judge other generations. It's just as a wise friend of mine said, we kind of have to live in our own generation because we don't have the same inputs, and experiences. All right, let's try again. Maybe he's on with Ace is the place for the helpful hardware.
Call ended.
Well, I'll let him call me. He must be on a call. We must be on a call. It doesn't matter who we're talking about. I just saw a text directed at me, and in my opinion, I'm handling it directly, but maybe I'm not being a man. I'm not being respectful. All right, here now he's washed his hands and he's ready. The voice. Oh.
Hello. Call ended.
He just texted me that he's ready. Maybe I have to call his other phone. He's got more than one. Let me call this.
Hello.
Hey, I've been calling your other line. You're live. The voice.
All right, everybody. Again, this is not to buy or sell. I'm off. I'm not under the weather anymore. Quick recovery, and hold on a second. A quick recovery, and I'm ready for battle. So out of the gate this morning, William told me that I guess you were told by Twitter you blocked because of the picture of the girl from Finger Motion, right? Because of some sort of copyright infringement of a photo. Am I correct?
Right. That's what happened.
So again, these people are not happy that their faces are around, but being a criminal, they should be exposed for their crimes. All right, that's number one. Number two, today's story out of Bloomberg, I found it this morning, that the SEC is actually working with the short sellers, taking their tips, attacking companies off of their information, and rewarding the shorts for their giving them the information. Well, I just want to let you know that in case you didn't know, we've been reporting the crime to the SEC for 4 years now on GTII and Finger Motion. And I know we do it and we try to hide and not let anybody know that we actually did it. But we put a truck in front of the SEC, the DTC, Fox, CNBC, the Washington Post, FINRA, who knows? I can't remember every place we put the stupid thing. But the truck has been out there, and just in case the SEC missed it, it's been outside their front door 13 times, I believe, including the SEC enforcement conference 3 weeks ago. So we've been trying to report a crime for 4 years. And William, I don't know if you remember, but we actually called the SEC every day at 12 noon to report the crime. Hundreds of calls were made to the whistleblower about reporting the crime. And we've received zero back. Nothing. We've done everything in our power. So for everyone listening, I ramped it up a little bit. And we have now reached out to the Secret Service. And education is the key. So we're educating right now. After the education, we get to go in and finish this off. And while this is going on, a shareholder just called me up and is introducing me to a federal judge that understands Wall Street fraud. So I'm getting a chance to pitch a federal judge about security fraud.
That is awesome.
So when anyone who has any connections, we love to tell the story. And we just want to do everything in our power to expose this. The shorts seem to have a direct access. I put it up on Twitter. We must be calling Chuck E. Cheese instead of the SEC. I don't know where we're calling, but somebody's getting all our calls and just erasing them. And when they erase our phone calls, we have no idea who's calling the SEC when we do a complaint. But we do know is when the truck is at the SEC. We definitely know that. We know the dates, the times, everything. So it's pretty hard to hide the fact that we have not called the SEC. All right. So a broker friend of mine texted me. He's got a buyer of about 130,000 shares. He's working. So again, I don't know what he's going to do. I can't ask him. That's not my business. He was nice enough to tell me he's buying 130,000. So we know that there's a real buyer around. Again, people do what you have to do. That's your opinion. Do whatever. But people know the story. It's not going away. It's getting stronger. And we will expose this above the SEC. If they want to work with the shorts, we're going above their head. All right. We're going to the top legal. We're going to a judge. We're going to keep going until we find out whoever wants to get these guys, whoever wants to stop it. Did you have something to say?
No, I'm just, there's a lot of comments, so I'm responding to some of them. Anyway.
I hope it's not someone that's from Chuck E. Cheese that they're getting too many phone calls.
Well, what's amazing, what I just listened to you say, is that the shorts destroy the market cap. They and their buddies chop up the loot, and then they report it to the SEC, and they get a big payday.
It's the perfect crime.
It's so diabolical. There's some screw loose in their heads, some sort of, I don't know, sickness, illness.
Again, all you have to understand is, and part of my documentation, hold on a second. I'm sorry, everyone. I forgot what I was saying. That was my wife yelling at me. Make sure I do the dishes. I get yelled at like everybody else does.
Dear. Yes, dear.
She left me her honeydew list.
Yeah,
Take
honeydew.
the dog out, wash the dishes.
Yes, dear.
Put my clothes in the hamper.
Yes, dear. Did you see no, that's political, but Bill Burr's wife? Oh my gosh.
No, I did not.
He was sitting, one of the former presidents came in the big arena, and Bill Burr's going to be sitting next to him, and his wife double flipped him off, the president. I'm like, wow, that guy has some problems with his at home, but I guess he loves her.
Listen, I don't want to get into political stuff.
No, I don't either. I'm a
firm believer in one thing: do what's right for the American people, and that's it. And you know what? If you can't afford to support your family, go get another job. If you can't afford to do that, do something else. But I don't want to stick with that. I'm here trying to save everyone's ass.
You're doing a much bigger saving of America, and you don't realize it. You're doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, listen, again, I'm doing this because it's, I felt like I had to do it. It's
by the way, I don't know if it interests you, but there's been a lot of comments over the last 2 or 3 days about people really frustrated with the GTII dividend. But the positive is their back offices at all these brokerage firms are double speaking and delaying. So it might be working. That's my point. That dividend might be
100% Wall Street pushes this down the road. Instead of doing the right thing, when the company announced the dividend, they announced the record date. The record date is when everyone should be provided with a share to match your name. When you don't have it, the brokerage firm should be calling in the short sellers at that point, saying, hey, you need to deliver your stock because we have a dividend and the shareholders need to be protected. Instead, they did nothing. And now it's at the point where they have to figure out how to protect themselves because of the crimes. They helped the criminals continue. They protected the criminals by not calling in their short positions. That's it. There's nothing more than that. That's it. All the mumbo jumbo that they could throw at you, they're saying that what they did is on the record, they needed to make sure that each firm had a share to match the investor's name. Just like that picture I put up every day, the DTC's in the middle, the brokerage firms have a certain amount. If Merrill Lynch owns 10 million shares and there's only 1 million at the DTC under Merrill Lynch's name, they have a 9 million failed to deliver, right? Or naked short. That 9 million shares, Merrill Lynch should have said at that point, hey, whoever sold us this stock, deliver it. And it ends it. That ends the game. But they chose to do nothing, all right? And because they did nothing, now the mess is on each individual brokerage firm. And you can see what happens now that these guys don't have it. And now what happens is that they're trying to make excuses for what the crime they committed now.
Right.
That's it. That's the whole game. That's everything you need to know.
So Ace is the place, is listening. He's here. And just so you know, he doesn't have any questions yet for you.
He has 1,000 questions a day. Doesn't have anything now. All night, he's sitting there talking all night after we spoke all day. He wants to wake up. He's got plenty to say at night. Nothing to say in the daytime. Huh? Interesting. Anyway, screw him. I'll go ahead without.
No, don't screw him. He's a good guy.
No, I'm only doing it as a friend. I'm only goofing on him. Listen, I treat everybody equally.
So imagine you're on a trading desk with a bunch of people, high powered, and Ace is the rookie that comes in. How would you treat him?
He would have been, I don't care how big he is, he would have left the desk crying 5 times already. That's how bad it would have been. That's how bad.
You wouldn't have taken him under your wing?
We would have had him with a jacket walking around high on Ace. That's how good it would have been. Besides getting on lunch every day. But yes, he would have been abused. Trading desk people is a very abusive place. All right. I speak fast is because I had to do everything fast. And you do everything under high pressure. All right. Because if you make a mistake or miss an order, it costs you your livelihood. All right. So that's how important it is. And that's why most people on Wall Street are short and sweet, because we were moving too quick. My wife calls me up. I don't even say goodbye. I just hang up on her. And she calls me rude because I hang up on her. But that's the way you do it on Wall Street. I have 100 phone lines. I have to pick them up and just go to the next one fast. So that's the way
I have a friend at Morgan Stanley. He's just like that. When he calls me, you know, when you call me, we get into a conversation. I want to talk. He goes, gotta go, click. And right in the middle of a sentence. Pisses me off. But he's busy and I'm not.
I just, the way we were taught, I don't even say goodbye, just hang up and go on. If you can't deal with it, don't call me back. That's the way it goes.
Anyway, I think you talk tough, but I think you would have helped make Ace the star of the trading floor. That's what I think.
Yes, he would have been getting lunch for a long time. That's what he's been doing. And we keep and what they do is just to keep testing a rookie. They would send them to the worst places to get lunch. You know, you got to go this place, go down the stairs, go to here, come back. They get it back here when it's still hot, so we would have to run with it to get it back fast. Because if it came back cold, they make them do it again.
Isn't that called hazing?
Well, yes. And I was lucky I didn't get hazed because my friend was the head trader, and he couldn't put me next to him. But when I got to the firm and my connections on the street, I went from 60 people away from him to sitting right across from him, because that's how fast I was well connected on the street. So I had some pretty good connections to move that fast from the end of the desk to the head of the desk, because they wanted to know everything that I was doing, because obviously I was connected to very hot money. So that's what they call hot money. Anyway, I forgot where you got me going now. You got
sorry.
This.
No, it's interesting.
Ace on the trading desk. When this is over, I'll teach Ace how to be a trader. He can start his own goddamn trading desk. But anyway, Secret Service, we're going to a federal judge. The SEC is telling you they're working with the criminals. They only take their information. I guess they toss ours down the toilet. And that's why we continue to put the truck out there, because the truck is actual, proof that we are doing our best to report a crime. All right. So again, we called the SEC. I can guarantee you at least 500 to 1,000 times in a week. And we always did it at 12 noon to make sure that they knew it was us. So those phone calls, they probably erased, never kept the messages. But the truck right in front of their glass building, William, that was a great idea you had, William. Thank you.
It was your idea.
Oh, was it? See,
you always push it off, but I went out there. I went down to the SEC all by my own with my little stupid stand and did a video way back when, right in front of there. So we think alike, but it was your idea.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was my idea. I'm not that bright. I couldn't figure that out. So anyway, so we have proof, actual proof of reporting a crime. I'm sure the federal judge, I'm sure the Secret Service is going to say, how could you report this crime for 4 years? Even show them the criminals, show them the data, show them this, and they do nothing. Did it ever contact you? Nope. Did they ever do anything? Nope. All we got back was that William got banned because he put some woman's face on Twitter. That's it. I don't even know.
Well, you put up the Elon Musk interview, which was brilliant, on Twitter. And he said in there that the SEC, what happens is the staff, they just want to get a trophy. That's how he put it, by closing a case or two. And then they want to spin out to the law firms who represent the hedge funds and the criminals. So they never go after them.
I think you missed this, but the head guy from the DOJ who's going after spoofing has now been hired by Citadel.
Say that again? The head guy after spoof?
The head guy at the DOJ, Department of Justice, who was going after spoofing and whatever, I forget what other things, was hired away from the Department of Justice, now works for Citadel.
Unbelievable. That shouldn't be allowed.
Oh, that's what just happened. I didn't know, but people posted it and I read it. I forgot the guy's name. But Patrick Burns always said they're captured. That's the game, and it's the truth, and it's right in there for us all to see. People wanted me to repost the TD Bank burning the warehouse down, taking it away while it was still on fire. And, why did they drag that away so fast? I've never seen anything. I never saw buildings on fire where they were breaking it down, putting in trucks and taking it away before it went out. They were still taking it away and burning it.
Why we look up to this kind of theft? I think Ken Griffin is the head of an organization that just grifts.
Right.
I don't know.
I put up the Kramers, the pictures of the Kramers. 4 years we've been reporting. I put the picture of you with the truck, William, that we had at the SEC on October 22nd at the front door of the SEC, Lynn Partners, right at the door of the SEC. Then there's another one again in the SEC, September 5th. The toxic lenders. It's right there, right at their door. It's remarkable.
So I remember what you were talking about, and you maybe said all you wanted to say, but apparently Big JR, who's the partner with Not Legal Advice, he put up the letter that GTII published, the lawyer for GTII published, which you can give to your broker dealer regarding the registration statement, the 144 stamp on your shares. They can make them free to trade just using that letter that GTII has legally provided to everyone. I don't know if I made sense.
Again, we all know what they're doing. I told you when the record date happened. The record date, people. The record date is a snapshot of the holders of a public company on that date. It's musical chairs. We stopped the music count the investors. You can't change it. The brokerage firms know that record date and did nothing to stop it at that point. Okay, so at that point, when past that date, then the brokerage firms are now on the hook for the dividend. And when the brokerage firms go on the hook for the dividend, if they journal entry a share into your account and don't have anything to back it, they're doing an illegal offering of a security where the company gets no money from it. So that is more fraud. But now you're getting the brokerage firms. We want to sue the brokerage firms. The brokerage firms have powerful lawyers. They block. They do all this blocking and tackling, as they say. They do everything to make sure we don't get the discovery. That's the most important thing. Discovery kills everybody. So that's why we went to top legal enforcement. And now we're going to a federal judge to get, we're going to do everything we can to get.
So why do you think Ken Griffin hired the head of spoofing at the DOJ? So he can get around their systems, right?
Well, he knows what they were doing, obviously, now. What are they looking for, right?
And what cases are open?
He'll know everything. Hey, listen, man, tell Ken to hire me. I'll give up everybody in this fucking phone in a minute. Pay me $2 million. I'll rat everybody out. That's how it goes, my friends, right?
Everyone's asking about the Secret Service, ham, whether ham eats ham on Thanksgiving, how your meetings went, what's going on with the Secret Service.
I'll tell you about what I eat. I'm an Italian. I see the turkey, I see the ham, I go right past it. All I need is pasta. That's it.
You go get the lasagna or the...
That's all I need. I don't need anything else. I could care less. I never did. That's why. The turkey was always there. There was always ham, turkey. Ham was good for the next day. We made a ham sandwich. That's about it. Anyway, Secret Service, a shareholder had a connection, went out of his way. Him and his wife went out of their way to reach out to someone they know, and that person reached out to me. I put together a beautiful document, William, and knocked me out. I worked.
Be honest, your daughter did it.
I had my daughter do all the corrections. She actually looked at me and says, how dumb are you? Because I go so fast, I miss the simplest things. I run on sentences. I type, bold, bold, bold. Anyway, so I did that. I got that document out. They actually read it, and they're coming back with some information. And then I go in. I thought I'd be going in today, but if not, it'll be tomorrow. So whatever it is, I'm going in, and I will handle it myself. So if the shorts want to kill me, I'll be at the Secret Service building. They're probably down at the Southern District. So, come see me then. You want to club me then before I go in. Next, gentleman called me up. I've been working with him. He has a federal judge that wants to hear what we have. Okay? He understands it, doesn't like Wall Street, and here we go. So I got a different angle. So again, we're doing everything in our power to go to the police. The SEC enforcement could care less. We put the truck out there. We're going to use the truck against them. That's why we put the truck out there, William, so everybody can see it. And again, thank you for your idea of putting it out there.
Whatever.
It wasn't my idea. I'm too stupid to do
whatever. Well, they'll put a copyright claim on the. I think that's called doxing. Those trucks, doxing, whatever. They'll put a copyright claim, and we'll have to go back in time and remove the truck. You got to protect Jeff Easton and his team. These are prince and princesses of Wall Street. They're doing such great work. It's not them. They're not the ones shorting.
They had no value, anything but the money they spend renting an office and traveling to New York, wherever they come from. That's the only thing they add, that they pay some sort of whatever fees for their building, their rent, they eat at restaurants, who knows what they do. That's it. That's the only value. Other than that, they're useless. Most of their money goes to the guy in Australia who happens to be up 220%. Okay, the guy Hancock. Obviously, he's their partner in the crime, and he's up 220%. And meanwhile, everything else around Lynn is basically worthless.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's so much information, even I'm forgetting it. That's how much crazy stuff that's gone on here.
Do you think there's one stock in the United States that does not have failed to locate, failed to settle?
Yes. I actually have that one.
Which one is it?
Berkshire Hathaway.
But not for long. If he ever makes a misstep, they'll crush it. That's interesting.
They never go after them. They stay away. That's like the king.
Because he could probably come in and kill them on a trade.
Absolutely.
That's very interesting.
They just never do anything. They stay away from that. Let's see. The A stock is traded. What is it? BRK.A/A, whatever it is.
What is it called? What's the symbol? BR. Oh, A.
BRK/A with .A. It's what is the price of the stock? 500. What is it? 50. 500.
Let me look. I got to use. Let me get it. BRK.
That's 541,000. $650.
Well, there's BRKB stock and BRKA stock.
Yeah, I don't know the difference, but let's look at the B.
The B is
the B's traded 800,000, and it's up $2.03 today, $356.
Wow.
So again,
why didn't we just buy that?
If you're going to short anything, BRK/A is 541,000. All you got to do is one share a week.
It's $500,000 a share.
That's what it looks like to me.
Wow.
Why would anybody naked short 200 million shares of Finger? You're going to do the same time. Why would just go do Berkshire Hathaway, the B stock, knock yourself out, or the A stock, whatever it is.
And the 52-week high is 566,000.
Right.
The low 442,000. That's a bad mamba jamba.
That's the stock you should be naked shorting. Why would you do it to Finger Motion? It's 5.25. The other one's 500,000. So one share. That's all you have to do. You get 500,000. One share.
Wow.
Instead, you sell 200 million shares of this.
Wow.
Does anyone figure it out that's why they don't do it? Because those stocks are protected? There's your answer. Because that's what I'd be doing. You know, if you're gonna make it short, let's go do that one. What's the difference? Sell it. What's the difference? You keep selling it, it's gonna fall.
So people are pointing out all over the board that Finger's up a little bit and starting to show a different pattern, maybe.
I know. Richard yelled at me last night. He sent me a cryptic message. The pattern has changed. He told me I have to change my line. Thank you, Richard.
The bells, the pattern, the pattern.
The pattern has changed. No longer we have a zigzag. We have a checkerboard design now. They're trying to skip. This is, again, people, this is fraud in slow motion. We traded 162,000. They can't cover anything. Once they start buying, they just kill themselves. All right. You can see the stock is different when there's a buyer around. So there's someone I know that's a buyer, and all of a sudden the attacks disappear. Accumulation is the key. All right. Remember, not spikes. Accumulation, the slow accumulation of the stock is a killer. All right. You can see they keep coming back down off 100 shares. But all they're trying to do is close the spread. They don't want the spread to open up.
I don't know much about this whole new gender distinction. I went to a hotel and they had a whole 3 walls full of different genders, including chocolate layer cake or something. But anyway, this young man says, I identify as a sell button. I think it's pretty funny. I think that's pretty funny.
Again, people, listen, the most important thing, I hope, and William, I don't know, how many people do you have online? I'm not on YouTube.
Right this second, 542.
I hope every one of the 542 people that are online now understand and basically be careful when you go play the stock market, because there's no one helping you like we do here. It's impossible. It's very hard. This is not 2 weeks. This is years of fighting this stuff, right? We just didn't throw a dart. We've been here for a long time. I pointed out companies that were doing nothing and they got destroyed. CELU, complete destruction. I pointed out Root, ROOT. I spoke about them. The stock was $27, went to $1. They reversed it to 25, and now it's 9. After getting a takeover bid, it's the only reason it's back up. But still, people lost, 90% of their money. SYTA, another company, Lynn funded, was funded at $10. It went to pennies, back up again. They reversed it, and now it's back to 60 cents again. So, I mean, they destroyed this company twice.
Hey, it's not Jeff Easton. He's not doing it.
Yeah, he's just great.
He's just the greatest guy. And he sincerely wants to help CEOs and fund companies. He's a sincere man. One person is asking you about
just one person. That's it.
No, it's a different spin on the general theme. What if GTII goes under 50 cents? What are your thoughts?
Doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, and it might be that brings in buyers. At lower prices bringing buyers. By the way, I expect every stock you guys ask me about, most of them, they're all down because of the fraud. You have to be aware as you come into December, there will be tax loss selling. That's just a fact every year.
That's the next part of the crime. Yeah. They use the system against you.
Yep.
People sell stocks because I might as well take the loss now. I made 10,000. Let me lose 3 here. I'm plus 7. I don't have to pay any taxes on the 10. That's what people think. And then I can buy it back and whatever. So they use the system, like that company HYGN, HLGN. Wow, look at this thing pop.
What's the symbol?
HLGN.
HLGN.
The stock was, I told you I spoke with them. The company was delisted. It was up to 275. The company got delisted by the New York Stock Exchange. The shorts drove it down to 60 cents.
Did they reverse?
They did a reverse already. They did that already. Stock was up to 10. I think it was like $40. They drove it down to nothing. They reversed it to 10.
Yeah.
And they knocked it down to 60 cents again. And now it's bouncing back up.
It's called Heliogen.
Yes, I spoke with the company. I spoke with board of directors, their attorneys. I spoke with everybody.
They beat their earnings this morning. Negative. They lost $3.22 a share instead of losing $3.62 a share. So they got that going for them.
Well, they only got 3 million shares and 5 million shares in the whole goddamn company. So
it's a solar.
And they have 130 million in cash, I believe, something like that. $130 million in cash.
Unbelievable.
They could shut down whatever the hell they're doing. Go buy a couple of, take their money and go buy Apple and become like Warren Buffett. That's it. Why would you do anything?
Just buy back all your shares, go private for 6 months, destroy the shorts.
No, go take the money, go buy Apple Computer. If you buy Apple Computer at $188 and it goes to $200, you sell it and you're Warren Buffett. Then you go buy Caterpillar, then you go do that. And just tell everybody that's what you're doing. You trade in the equity markets. Why would you do anything else?
This guy's saying that E-Trade is telling him that they never got the GTII shares. That's Morgan Stanley. I call bullshit, but you know.
Yeah, the company puts out press releases. All the shares went out. The transfer agent tells you the company gave you a legal opinion why they're good. They filed everything with the SEC. But Morgan Stanley and E-Trade, to protect their own ass, is blaming the company again. So it goes in a full circle. That's what they're doing.
Trying to find other questions for you, but these poor companies, they take the financing, and as good a story as they can do, as fighting as they can be, once the financing is in place, to me, the endless selling, counterfeiting begins. The printing presses begin, and they never stop. It's like they never revisit the opening. We used to have I forget what it was called. We'd had a page that was called something, but we had the opening account page. That's where we checked out all the boxes, got the approval, but we had to update it every time, particularly if it was an active account. It looks like they just open these with check the box. We have a toxic convertible note that we have access to later on. And the risk part of the prime broker says, okay, go ahead, start the printing presses, and then they never look again. That's my opinion.
Well, I just saw a Finger Motion trade up to a 526, and they plugged a bunch of buyers there. And then as soon as the buying stops, all the bids disappear, and they start offering. So you understand, people, they offer 200, 300 shares to show that there's an offer. They're not offering big positions. They offer small to test. They're testing to see how big the buyer is.
Do you think they work in concert with the option market makers to try to induce buying of the calls so they can then pin it at 5 on Friday? Or I don't know. I'm just asking.
That the options are worthless. This is not a this is not a valuable option.
Right.
The $5 calls at 30 cents and traded 30 of them.
Right.
There's no puts trading. There's nothing else trading. So what are they doing? So we can't.
Pretty low volume today, don't you think? 192,000.
Well, that tells you there's no sellers.
Right.
When people come in to buy and there's no sellers, guess what happens? It goes up. But longs, if they're not selling it right now,
yeah,
why are they in a rush to sell it at 520, up 4 more cents or 10 more cents? Hurry up, sell all you can, push it back down. That just tells you it's them. It's not, if you wanted to sell your stock, you put it out there for sale at 520, and it can't go at 526 if you're a seller at 520, right?
Right.
What that tells you is they got the 526 and they push it back down. It means that they sold it short to the buyers. The buyer was filled at that time, and then they immediately mark it back down. That's all they're trying to do.
Do you think you were talking, I don't know what this refers to, but before you took your call from your better half, were you talking about documentation that you put together for the Secret Service, possibly?
Yes, it was a beautiful document. It was labeled the biggest crime in U.S. history, the counterfeiting of the U.S. equity markets. I started with the cover of Forbes. You know me, I use a lot of photos. I use Pat Burns' videos to outline. He talked about regulatory capture in there. We brought up all the different crimes. We all think it's just naked shorting, but there's many crimes attached to naked shorting, right? You got the regulators looking the other way. You have the voting charade where how do you get a vote? We don't need a vote in our companies because we're we're not making major decisions, I guess, that we need a big vote. But the voting, again, I know firsthand that when you take votes and you have too many investors, you can't basically, you can't count them all up. How anybody can get a vote, right?
Right.
If you have 20,000 shareholders and you give out the votes and there's 70,000 investors, the numbers can't balance out. You understand?
Yep, I understand.
And this is the voting charade is another part of this. I don't want to get deeper into all the crazy things here. I'm trying to make it basic. You can read some of this stuff and you get dizzy from reading all the stuff that they have.
Well, and everybody has become, all of us have become headline, first paragraph, scan for something interesting, and then move to the next story. So you got to keep your points sort of 1, 2, 3, or 1 and 2, repeat 1, and get out of there. Hope the hook grabs them.
Oh, you need to take my cup?
Yes, dear.
Yes, I do.
Yes, dear.
People don't understand this. There's so much behind this. I found this story yesterday from a guy named Anthony Elgindy that was on Pat Burns' site a long time ago. But he was actually tied to the terrorist that bombed the trade centers, and he had options. He was trading with that type of information. All right. So again, I forgot that story. I was digging through it. Someone brought up Anthony Elgindy again, and that's how we remember that. So there's so much, like the Secret Service wants to know, are there terrorists tied to this stuff? Well, I showed him in 9/11, September 9/11, that the terrorists were trading the equity market, so they are here. This is the easiest crime in the world. Why would you sell drugs when you can do this and never go to jail for it?
You never go to a high security prison and live in one cell by isolation.
You steal $1 billion, you pay $10 million. Who cares?
You steal trillions, and
Well, I'm just saying, if you're a regular dope, you could just steal a little bit and just steal a lot and pay a little bit.
J.R. Ewing, Big J.R. Asking you or me or somebody, I don't. The Harrington decision may have a huge impact. I don't know what the Harrington decision is, to show how out of it I am.
I can't remember what it is.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he might post later.
Give me a crumb what that is. I have no
I don't know. He might post a little bit later. I don't know what the Harrington decision is. Sounds like a pistol or a horse. Okay, somebody's asking you, is Finger just trying to give us false hope by going up? I don't know. This is how any squeeze starts, but there's always hope.
Wait, I don't understand that question again.
She's thinking that as it's going up here, is it just false hope? I mean, I wouldn't say that.
If you believe that, if you believe that, you need to sell and move along. There's nothing I could say. It's a tough game. This is not for everybody. This is major security fraud. But because we know what we're doing, it gives you the opportunity to have a major upside. And I've said it 1,000 times, William. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're kind of changed a little bit, but we can hear you.
Again, we reported the only reason this stock or GTI has tremendous opportunity and life-changing is because of security fraud by the SEC. The SEC allows the security fraud to continue. We went from a couple of million shares short to over 200 million shares short in Finger Motion.
Right.
GTI's well to, who knows, 450, 500 million by now. Who the hell knows? I mean, they allowed this to happen. They don't buy back any shares. What, they trade 200,000 shares today? They don't cover anything.
They never cover, despite
they never cover anything.
People saying that they do. They don't cover.
That whoever says that, they're completely wrong.
Um,
The only time they covered was GameStop, KOSS, Kodak up to 60, TOP, HKD, whatever the short squeezes for. That's when they got Beyond Meats, Peloton, Taser, you name it. Those are the ones that
but they rescued a couple of firms that were in trouble. They covered, and then they went back to their same games.
Right. And whenever you get a big squeeze, that means they come back and they punish us more because they need to make up the loss.
Right.
And that's what I see about this whole thing. That's what I see going
on. One gentleman has a question. So what should we do since we've called multiple times for the GTII dividend and they never deliver it to our accounts? It's in your account as a electronic, basically IOU. That's there.
Journal of entry to everybody in IOU.
Yeah.
All the information that people post on Twitter, I take down and I send to West Christian.
Right.
I take the best of the best and I send it over, all the crazy stories. And there was a brokerage firm, a small firm that actually took care of it and got the people their dividend. Everyone else is just lying.
Sounds like an ice cream shop.
It's a small brokerage firm. I don't know where it's from, but they took care of it. They took care of the person's dividend. So there's proof that the dividends are there. There's proof that people that don't have the dividends is because they're short. They let the naked shorts sell, and they never settled the trades, and that's why the problem's there.
So this person following up is asking, will they knock finger down by the end of the week? Look, in my opinion, they're going to pick a strike price and try to pin it there.
We don't know if it's 5, 6, 7, or 8. We don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know.
Just remember this. I told everyone the same thing. If they thought they can win, they let the stock go up, right?
I thought a kiss was just a kiss.
What's the rush to push it back down? I just told you, go short Berkshire Hathaway Class A. Was it the A that's 300 or 500,000? I forgot the A.
I can't remember which one.
Don't sell one of those shares. Why would you sell a stock at $5?
So do you think you could contact Patrick Byrne and get him to contact Elon Musk and get him to get involved with the DOJ and the Secret Service?
Sure, I'll do that next week. Patrick Byrne has quit naked short selling. All right. And it happens, I've had people in GTI, like one guy that I knew, he had his father-in-law and they made $500,000 on it when it squeezed to 9. He thanked me. The guy paid for his college and the family went on a vacation. And I told him, good for you, never come back. And I never heard from him again. And this is someone I talk to every day, maybe 3 times a week. But he made his money. And as far as he's concerned, his fight in the battle is over. That's why the shorts win, because people make their money, laugh, go to the bank, and then disappear. That's the problem with naked short selling fight. And I don't blame you. I'm the first guy for you. Make sure you protect your family. But when you have soldiers fighting and 20% of your army made a ton of money and walks away, then you're down to, instead of having 100 people, we're down to 80. The next time it goes, we're down to 40. And that's how the shorts win. But I do believe we have a real strong army now. And Finger Motion tells you that. GTI has been drifting for 2 months until Finger Motion grabs on. Finger Motion grabs on, GTI will be a rocket. And I've told people, wait until Finger Motion goes before tripling down or doubling down on GTII. Wait till you get the confirmation. So by waiting to get the confirmation, instead of paying 75 or $1, you can get it at 60 cents, or whatever it is, 55 cents. That's why I tell people in option expiration, the best day to play for the next month is you wait till Monday after the option expiration, because the price of the options, the premium always comes out on Monday or Tuesday after the Friday of option expiration.
That's right. This question has a kernel of something you should answer, but it's a little confusing. He's asking, or she, how does a broker go down then? Even if they get the stock, the record will show they didn't have enough at the time it was legally required. I guess just the first part is more important. I don't know. I'm confused by the rest of the question.
System. Listen, the system is set up to do this. They want to make sure the stock market continually flows. All right, that's why they don't close it for more than 3 days. They keep it moving. It's like a shark. It has to keep moving. It'll die. Right. So that's why they keep doing this. If the government wanted to, they should make forced settlement once a month on the third Friday of every month when options expire. At the end of the day, everyone who is short needs to cover up at that point. And this way they have a count of what's going on. But they don't. They just keep it going. That's what they do. It's like, think about it, crude oil. If you sold crude oil short and your contract expires and you sold it short at $1 and crude oil runs up, and now you're down, let's say $50 because a barrel went up by $50, maybe because of a war or something. You are now short, and you have to deliver to that buyer the crude oil that they bought. You have to deliver physical crude oil. So you have to physically go to the market and buy it and deliver it to the person. That's the commodity market. It expires. Everything expires. In the equity market, it doesn't. It just keeps going. They call it continued net settlement. It just keeps going on. Net it out. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it down the road. Eventually, it'll balance out. That's the SEC things. Don't worry about it. All these shares that are sold, one day the stock, it'll all get washed out and it'll disappear. So it's a waiting game for them. They know that eventually people are going to give up. The stocks will unwind. The shorts will cover. And everything will be okay. That's how the SEC looks at this.
This gentleman points out that brokers are protecting the shorts. Shorts pay margin, money, and fees. Show me the incentive, I'll show you the crime. I think you summarized it.
Yeah, there's nothing more. It's all set up. It's set up for them to win at all angles. That's it. And they're protected by the SEC. And when you go to sue them, that's when they put up the Trump wall and they block us all. That's what happens. You can't get, they won't give you discovery. It's like, you get past that wall, you kill them. That's what it's like. So we have to figure a way to get into the camp. So we get the Trojan horse, which is the Secret Service, a federal judge, and that's how we're going to do it. We tried to do it the correct way. We went to the police. They did nothing. Look at MMTOP. They got to Congress and nothing's happened. How much longer did that go on?
Nothing's happened yet.
I'm not saying nothing's happened yet, but I'm just saying how much longer can they go on? We want the audited financials, the holders.
They don't want that out.
No, they can't give that out because that's the game, set, and match.
Yeah, it proves that it happens.
That's the only reason they're dragging their feet, because they know it happens and they'll get exposed.
So one question is, how do we contact GTII to get it in writing? I don't think you have to contact GTII. They've already given out a letter to all the broker dealers. You just tell your broker dealer they already have the letter, so you don't.
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, everyone that I talk to, GTI has done everything correct. The brokerage firms have the problem, so what do? They kick it back to you to go back to the company, and all they're trying to do is wear you out. Don't stop asking for your dividend. Don't worry, the stock isn't worth anything. It's not worth it. You got 100 shares, you got 1,000 shares. You got 5,000 shares. What's the big deal? Stop crying. That's the brokers, how they look at it. You're basically a pain in the ass at the brokerage firms.
So
I told you before, how does the tail wag the dog? How does stock settlement? Your broker. How do they control a public company? And you see the answer why, because they control the price of the stock. and they control everything. They control the financing, everything about the company. The market cap is controlled by the brokerage firms committing fraud, and the short sellers behind them.
Ace tells you that if he worked with you on the trading decks, he'd record profits in his first year.
He'd be sitting there with his pants down, and we'd be taking everything he had by now. He couldn't handle it. He's a great guy, but he wasn't brought up in the fast lane. It's a very tough crowd. Tell him if he can live on the streets of Brooklyn for a few years, then get back to me, tell you how you can do. KYP can tell you about it.
KYP is taking lessons from Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz how to beat Djokovic so she can kick your butt at pickleball. Can you ask Ham if the Finger corporate event is still on? I assume for this week.
That's all I know. I assume this week. That's what I was told 3 weeks ago. I heard that there'd be an event this week, but I don't know what it is. But that's what I know.
This gentleman paid.
But I'm not trading. I'm not doing anything. I'm not buying options. I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting back. I just actually left to go get my son, so I'm in the car. Not even paying attention. It comes when it comes.
This gentleman exercised his warrants, it looks like, at Liberty Transfer, and I have nowhere to transfer to anything on that. I still have warrants paid for and sitting at Liberty Transfer that I have nowhere to transfer to anything on that. Please let me know.
It was news to me, but you try some of those that brokerage firm that just said everything was great. The lady put it up on Twitter, or someone put it up on Twitter. That small brokerage firm, they'll take your delivery, move your account to them. Listen, people, these online accounts, they're all the same. You don't get anything out of them. You get execution and you pay no commission. What's the big deal? Which one it is? Move your accounts. I always tell everybody, move out of Robinhood. They're useless. Take away your accounts and there'll be a zero.
I don't know. I would call Liberty Transfer and ask them if you can sell through them. I don't know that you can, but at least you know you have real shares for whatever it's worth.
Again, if they tell you to take your shares in GTI, a physical delivery, you want you to pay for it, don't do that, because you won't be able to put it back in, just like the gentleman's telling you now with the warrant.
Do you have any Secret Service news?
Nothing not that anything I'm allowed to share with you. I gave you as much as I can. I blabbed that I was doing it. I can't show you the document. I can't do many things, but it's all in play. Listen, they didn't kick me to the curb when I went to them, right? So we know we're in play.
Ace is putting up some good comments. I don't want to take you off your thought process.
Give me his comments.
He says that he was so good, it was embarrassing to the other guys on the desk. He had to go do something else. And then he said, going by the name Ham is now your permanent hazing.
I could have picked a better name. I still don't know why I picked Ham. But anyway, it is what it is. I'll take it. Again,
well, it's easy to spell.
No disrespect to you, Ace. But the people I worked with, they had bones in their noses. They were like cannibals. You had to fight for everything that you can make. All right. They would try to take you. It's very difficult. And, you would have been sitting at the end of the desk. I don't want to insult you, but you would have been sitting at the end of the desk with the monkey. There was no way. There's no way you could have been at the front of our desk. You're a great guy, a 49er fan, but you move too slow for this game. This game is a fast moving game. What you see now with the online platforms, all right, and the electronic execution didn't exist before. So you're missing 10 things that happened between then, between getting an order, writing it down, clocking a ticket, getting it to the floor, getting the execution, make sure the average price was right, make sure the trade settled and everything was, there's a whole bunch of shit that goes on that doesn't happen anymore because everything's electronic. So in the old days, it was a tough game. William probably could tell you more about that. So
I don't know, but I think Ace is playing with a bigger picture in mind. Where can we find a copy of the 144? Ring the bell. Big JR on Twitter posted a copy of that letter. I don't know why you need it, but it's there. The broker dealers have it in their back office, but go to Twitter, Big JR, no, JR Ewing. Go to Not Legal Advice and you'll find JR, and then you can go to JR. There is a legal opinion from October 25th floating around on Twitter. The other place you might be able to go is go to the website for GTII and then check the press releases, and there might be a link to it. But you could just show your brokerage firm the press release, and then they'd have to go to their compliance or their corporate actions officer, and it's going to be there. There's the guy that has it, JR.
listen, everyone, if you can remember a story that we posted or a photo of the truck in front of the SEC that you remember where it is, just retweet it. You know, I can use all the different, I can't remember them all. If you have it under your tweet, or you've seen it, or you like it to be presented for evidence, please just retweet it, or a story. I always use the United Airlines story. I always use Uber IPO was naked shorted. They sell things all the time to control stocks. It was done on Uber's IPO. I mean, how is this legal that they control anything? So if you knew that Uber was going to be controlled by naked short selling, and you worked at Morgan Stanley and you knew about this, why would you tell any clients to buy the stock into the run? Just short the shit out of it, because Morgan Stanley was doing it. And, when the stock drops, they buy it back. And that's what they did, 100%. That's what they did.
Lauren's mom said she was told yesterday by Schwab that GTII is a shell company.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It doesn't change anything.
I was told by Schwab that Microsoft is a good company. I don't believe it, but what's the difference? It is what it is, whatever it is. So what does that mean? That means I can't get my dividend? What does that mean?
Yeah. It's an incorrect reading of the situation.
Pat Byrne always described this the best. It's blaming the person that was raped. So you blame the young girl because she dressed in a short skirt and she got raped. You blame her for that. She deserved to get raped. And that's what the SEC and that's what Schwab is doing. They're blaming their mistakes on the company. It's their fault. That's what they're doing. There's no reason. Just give everybody the dividend and shut up. What's the big deal?
What other companies has Univest been involved with? You can go to your Univest website and you can start there yourself. But you also can go to Avid Trader on YouTube, go through his videos. He did a detailed video on other companies that Univest has been involved with, which had a squeeze. You can also check on Twitter, Small Cap Investing. He did an analysis. I don't know if he published it though.
It is plenty of information. Again, I don't know what they do. I don't work for Univest. That's their game. They went through a lot of work to get to where they filed and put out an S3 and made a statement that they're here. I didn't think they just did it for fun. Or as they say in the UK, shits and giggles, right? They didn't do it for that. They hear about making money. So what they do, when they do it, that's up to them.
The guy that moved to Citadel is Avi Perry. He led the fraud section's market integrity and major frauds team. Avi Perry, AVI Perry.
At the DOJ, he worked at.
He worked at the DOJ, according.
And now he went to Citadel.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So if you think what we're doing, look at the walls we're trying to break down here.
Are retail investors allowed to request blue sheets? I know you can request time and sales from your broker, but I don't know about blue sheets. Am?
No, you can't. That's a broker. That's for the criminals. They can do it.
Right.
Listen, the regulators, they have the proof already. They have the proof already, and they know that MMTLP was raped. They know it. They have the information. They know all about it. The blue sheets, I told everybody years ago, blue sheets will give you the answer. And everybody knows they did it now. Congress knows about it. MMTLP people done a great job getting it to that level. And as William says, once it's seen, it cannot be unseen or unheard. So you watch the videos where they demanded the SEC. There's a letter demanding the SEC give the blue sheet investigation. And what's the SEC has it. That video is 2 months old now. How much longer does the SEC need to pass it over to Congress? That's your government. You pay taxes to these people so they work, have these high paying jobs, and just steal your investments. They steal from your family, your kids, you name it. They destroy companies. And you know what? When your company lays you off, you're going to sit there and say, hey, my company was hurt by criminals. Now you understand why we're fighting. It will get you. You may not even be invested in the market. A couple of people have told me they got laid off from their companies. Their companies have big layoffs. Why? What does it all stem from? Right? The country being pushed down. Listen, if stocks, GTII, Fingers, CVM, XXII, ZYXI, if these stocks were going up, retail investors would make money. When you make money, William, what do? You spend it. You go to dinner. You buy
the companies would be financed. They'd be hiring people, paying taxes. Downtowns wouldn't be being abandoned. Suburbs would be growing. The United States would be growing. But whatever. It's more important to help Jeff Easton steal.
That's exactly what this is about. And you keep telling me, people say, well, like I told you, the kid and his father-in-law made $500,000. He was thrilled. He paid off his college. He got a car, and the father-in-law got whatever. But they're going to get him again. And I wish him the best.
He'll invest in some other stock, and it'll wipe out.
That's exactly. Yeah, I told you the biggest one that gets you is when you have a friend or a family friend that starts a public company, and you think you're on the inside and you're going to get this scoop, and that's going to make you put all your money into this great new idea. And that's when you get destroyed. That's when you get wiped out, because you believe that you are so close to the company and the CEO is somebody he's a great guy. He could be, but he has nothing to do about
the fraud just is relentless. It's like Niagara Falls.
Right.
For some reason, you think you can row the boat up into Canada, but that water keeps coming. If we can prove that there's more shares than the legal amount in any stock, what happens then?
Oh, God, the whole system, the stock market would go crazy. And there'd be people going bust left and right. Because, listen, the short sellers are just going to walk away from the trades and leave the liability with all the brokerage firms and the prime brokers and the DTC. That's the end result here.
Apparently,
That's why they're fighting. They're fighting this hard for one reason. They're trying to protect the system. The system that they helped get ripped off. Now they're afraid that it's going to collapse. And that's why I believe if you kill them one at a time, well, they can't stop us. Like the SEC can accuse us of manipulation.
I agree with you on that.
Oh, you guys are manipulating the stock, forcing short squeeze. Well, we didn't create it. You're the one that's telling us it's here. You know, what's the difference?
I agree with you on that. Apparently, Arca had a really good video on Finger last night, so I just call it to everybody's attention.
Again, I'm not a chart guy. It's very difficult to chart security fraud. Listen, you know, I don't know the guy. He does good work, but you know, I've always been a believer in that. You got to chart this stuff. Go chart Apple. You know, this stuff is very difficult.
Yeah,
When you want to manipulate it, the shorts aren't manipulating stocks up or down because of Arca's videos, and he's saying, "Oh, you know, sell it at 540, buy it at 520." You know, whatever it is that he's doing. This is the bottom. This is the top. You know. I just think that they have their scheme in place, and it's just the short, distort, hold it down, don't let it get any momentum, and that's what they do.
Apparently Lind Partners claims that 70 to 80% of the company they fund come back in price. I think
You're right.
I think that's verifiably false.
Right. Avid did a video on that too. He showed all their positions. Just look at SYTA. It went from 10 to pennies back up to 10 on the reverse, and it's 60 cents again. How did that come back? Or they come back in price after they reverse it 6 times. Maybe that's when they do it.
Do you have a comment on the 10Q? This guy doesn't remember that this is old news and it was announced at the beginning of the year, but he needs to bring it up. It looks like a bunch of new shares were issued.
I don't look at it.
Yeah, I didn't look at it either.
Listen, the one thing people got to stop, a public company does what they have to do. All right? I don't believe if they issued shares, they're not just giving them out the back door. Do you know the SEC is watching them?
This is also a company that turned down issuing shares to Charlie Mayo. They turned down issuing shares to the trap short out of Switzerland. They turned down issuing shares many times when the criminals called in and said, "Hey, we have some money. Just give us some shares."
The SEC subpoenaed the company. I'm sure they wrote down all the documented times they got calls to lend them money from everybody. So again, I don't believe in, you know, you're shooting the messenger.
It's the same. By the way, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's because they commented on the number of shares. It's the same news they gave earlier in the year. Insiders got stock, but they can only sell 1% a month. They also issued some stock for a charity. It doesn't go much further than that. But if you want to focus, if you want to focus on that they issued a bunch of shares, new shares, Kevin, I would suggest you could move from GTII to Finger, for example.
Listen, you know what? I think that you should short JP Morgan because Jamie Dimon is selling his shares.
That's it. That's not bad advice.
I mean, Jamie Dimon must know there's bad news coming that he's selling his shares. He's only going to make $100 billion. That's, he's looting the company. It's a pump and dump.
And he knows more than anybody what's the status of their counterfeit shares, counterfeit bonds, counterfeit precious metals, everything. So
insiders get stock for one reason: to sell it. Most small cap companies never sell a share because it's wallpaper. They treat it as wallpaper. They can never do anything. That's the difference.
But if it concerns you, I You don't have to diamond hands. This gentleman's asking, will GTII ever reverse split its stock?
If they want to get the stock at a high, if they want to make the stock 20, they should do reverse. Absolutely. Reverse it. The stock will be 20 and everybody can say, oh, my stock is 20.
How long will it take to go back to $1?
You'll have less shares, but the stock will be 20. That's what a reverse does.
Right.
So that's up to them. I don't know.
But okay. It's up to them. What's the corporate event on Finger?
They found a cure for cancer. Whatever cancer you want them to cure, they'll announce it this week. I don't know. The CEO won a championship ping pong game in China. I have no idea. I have no clue. I told you I'm not even paying attention.
Dan Borders apparently has unique access to information from Finger, and he's saying that this week there'll be a press release from Finger. What is it that Dan Borders knows that the rest of us don't?
Yeah, that's Kim. What do I know? I don't know. Listen, I'm fighting I'm working with the Secret Service and a federal judge. My plate is full. I did so much research to put this together the proper way that I was exhausted yesterday, and I took like 40 naps after I finished getting it out yesterday. That's how much work I did on this stuff. So again, to sit here and worry about a stock going up and down $0.25 doesn't make a difference. When it runs up 100, then I know we got it done. That's what I'm more concerned with. I got it. You guys want answers in a second. I can't help you with that.
Oh, Harrington is the case challenging whether FINRA is legitimate.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, it's interesting.
They're getting a case from Alpine, the biggest crooks in creation, is going after FINRA and challenging them. The only thing that's to come out of that is because they're turning the tide, they're going after them, is they're hiding something on the other side of this. That's what's going on there. That's the only thing I see going on.
Busy Brands is saying that he's getting messages. People are thinking that William, is upset with Busy Brands. I'm not at all. But he's saying that the only person Busy Brands has a beef with is Ham. He'll kick Ham's ass.
and that's true. That is true. Listen, again, I can't thank everybody enough. People like Busy Brands and Ace and everybody involved, Richard, Big RJ, Big JR, whatever the frig he is. I can't remember everybody's names.
JR Ewing.
I can't thank JR, everybody. I can't thank everybody enough. If it wasn't for everybody, and there's people's names in here I'm not repeating because they actually got me to different levels through the federal government. Again, I don't want to expose them, but everyone's doing a part. That's how it has to work. If you don't fight as one, you're all going to get robbed. It's the whole system is, we're all going to go down the tube.
So Harrington case, the Harrington case, according to JR, is much more significant than I thought. Southern District of New York case, which holds that broker dealers, and I guess it's already been done, may be liable for the actions of their customers, like market makers and hedge funds. It's a West Christian case.
Oh, yeah, that was big. Yeah, that was big. I can't remember who's what. Listen, we know they should be liable for their actions. We know that. We were always taught, and I'm sure William knows it, it's called know your client. Before you do any executions, you got to make sure when you took an order, you had to know who you were doing it for, right?
You had to know your client.
Hey, Hal, who are you? I'm Tony. Can you buy me 500,000 shares of IBM? Sure, Tony. Thank you. Who's your client? Some guy named Tony. Wait, that's how Wall Street works now.
this gentleman's saying many people here are down 90%. I don't know which stock or whatever. Look, being down that much is painful if you are. There's over the next 6 weeks, you can either sell your stock now, buy it back in 31 days, or buy double now, sell your original position in 31 days, lock in the loss. There'll be other times you can trade up. I mean, it's the toughest thing is to know when to sell, but you can take actions. You don't have to be a victim.
I got that, William, and I understand where he's coming from. I got it. I'm doing everything in our power to stop this fraud. We can only do so much. We've done a ton. They're exposed all over the place. I feel we're in the final 100 yards before we wipe these guys out.
Okay,
right,
so this goes to how you started the call. Ron Pivo was saying he just read an article that says the SEC has been paying whistleblowers millions. Short sellers have been getting a lot of that money because they know the most. Nate Anderson with Hindenburg Research.
Yeah, they know the most. I just exposed all their criminal activity. We don't know anything. They could at least get one short seller. We all can't be 1,000% wrong. Hindenburg is the only person that knows what's going on.
So this is, I mean, I understand this question. So if everything and everyone is protecting the shorts, how can retail win? What will force the shorts to cover? If they never cover, how can...
I told you 1,000 times, you can't and you will not win unless we finish what we have to do. We're following two names. Every other stock, I'll tell you straight out, if you're on the edge, whatever stock you're playing, you're fucked in it. All right? Look up the word fucked in it. That means you're going to lose your money. There's no one protecting you. We're doing everything in our power to bring two names to the forefront. All right? If there was any criminal activity in these companies, the SEC would have shut it down a long time ago. So they probably investigated, looked into it. Everything the companies are doing is correct. The only thing they won't tell us is if we're right, because we know we're right. If they knew we were just making shit up, they would have had us shut down already with the stupid truck out here or on Twitter stating all this stuff. Oh, there's a big short, there's a big short, there's a big short. How come they didn't shut us down? That's pretty promotional when we say that stuff, right? We're saying exactly what we believe is here. And we've been saying it for years. This is year 4. January is year 4 of this nonsense. Year 4. And no one said boo. The SEC hasn't said a word.
All right. So someone's pointing out to me that I'm an idiot. Big JR and JR Ewing are two different people. Big JR posted the 144 on Twitter. On Twitter, he's at Big JR. That's where you can get that letter that the lawyers for GTII issued that will lift the legend off your stock.
Someone just texted me. Finger motion is now down on the day.
Oh, I'm sorry. I switched let me look. I can give you the answer.
And so if it is down on the day, then Richard, not legal advice, the pattern is the same, Richard. I don't know. Is it down?
All right. I got, darn it. I got to type it in and my fat fingers. I keep misspelling it. I actually ruined 491, 200 and it looks like 290,000 shares.
All right, so they got aggressive, and I told you I had a friend that was buying it. They probably knocked him out. And so, Richard, it's not legal advice. The pattern continues. Sell it lower. Don't let it go up.
Kristen,
there you go. You don't have to be an SEC enforcement or DOJ to figure this one out.
Kristen Shaughnessy, one of your most loyal and powerful followers.
Never heard of her before.
She says that Dr. Trimbath posted that the SEC has posted the fails to deliver data for the second half of October 2023 overnight. The data for the first half of October is still missing in action. I'm not smart enough.
She said the second half of October has been posted, but they left the first part of the month off.
That's what she's saying. They only posted half of the month.
That's a pretty pretty well run organization, I guess. They missed half of the month. Yeah, okay. That means the number must have been super high versus the back of the month, right?
Yeah. Wow, this guy, let me see if I can find what he's referring to. But he says over 60 pages explains, I don't know, I can't find that reference, but it quotes it. Millions and possibly billions of counterfeit shares created per day. He says it's right on the SEC website. That's interesting.
Can you tell him to put the link up and attach it to him so I can read it when
I put it, if you have that link, can you attach it to Ham at Ham Short Killer on Twitter?
If you can, that'd be great. Just so I don't have to go searching for it.
This person sold 90% of GTII last week. Well, okay. But if you, and you say, sorry, it's okay. It's not diamond hands here. You will get a chance maybe to buy it at the end of the year if you want to reestablish your position, and you've locked in your losses if you have them. But no need to apologize. You're free to trade.
It's awful that you lose 90% of your money over fraud. It's like you put your money on the roulette wheel. You pick the number. If they don't spin the wheel, you lose. That's it. That's what they say. Here, say here's 10% back. Get out of here. That's what they're doing. And if we don't stand up and stop it now, you would have lost 90%, which it's awful. You're going to lose everything you have. And the next one, and the next one, and the next one. You'll be going 0 for 10. At least now you understand that you need to stay away. This is not a fair game. Unless you can buy Berkshire Hathaway at $565,000, the B share, or whatever, the B or A. That's the only stock that is protected. Other than that, you'll never, the game is rigged.
Hawkeye says, I need to look up the word FUCKED just so I can understand the security laws fully. Are you taking this seriously?
Listen, I've been doing this a long time. I'm sick of it much more than you can ever imagine. Trust me. For me to go to the highest level of security in this U.S. to the United States tells you that I can't stand it anymore. All right?
I guess this guy, I don't know. I'm not going to read it, but I don't know if he's, anyway, I'm not going to read
don't read it. That's it. I don't want to hear it. Listen, I don't want, I'm not in a position I don't want to listen to nonsense. You got nonsense, go down the block. Go someplace else. I don't have time for that.
So J.R. Ewing is the smarter and better looking one compared to Big J.R., according to J.R. Ewing. All right, I'm trying to find another relevant question. People are buying Finger down here, which is good.
Listen, the opportunity is here. You make your own decision. The company is fundamentally sound. And the revenue, everything's going up, and yet they want to keep it below 5. Why? For options, if that's what they're trying to do. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't own an option. I could care less.
I ran out. I'm at the bottom of the line, so you can keep talking. but
Well, again, I have things to do. I have to contact the judge. I have people to tell the story to at the highest level. I'm moving it as fast as I can, willing to travel to wherever I have to go to get this done.
all right.
Again, I believe I'm in the right spot. I wouldn't own another stock. If you gave me the money, I wouldn't buy it. Because you just get robbed. I just talked to you about that Heliogen. It was $40. They knocked it down to whatever, $1, reversed to 10 or whatever it was, and it was back down below to 60 cents. I mean, that's just, the whole thing is fraud. How could you even invest in anything? Companies, they wipe you out before you even get anywhere. And thank God the company's fully funded, or what would they be doing? Taking money from a debt spiral guy and the company would be completely gone, right? So the people on the board of directors and everything would all be wiped out. And by the way, I do believe the board of directors of that company are are all Democratic people that, I'm not saying anything more than that, but these are people that are all Democrats and they are pretty high up and they're like all screaming about what's going on. Because I taught them all and they'll all understand it. So it's burning everybody. So if you think it's just Republicans getting burnt, everyone gets ripped off. All right. Am I good? Can I go back to work? William?
I just want to heat water. Hang on. I'm just heating water for coffee. Sorry. Yeah, everything's good, Ham.
All right, I'm going back to work. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
If I have something to report, as soon as if I'm allowed to say, you can't ask me to say things I'm not told I can't repeat, so I have to be careful.
Okay.
All right, so when they tell me, if I ask them straight out, can I say I went to you? Yes, so I did. Can I say what I sent you? No, we'd rather you not. If I get any answers back about anything, investigation, I'm not allowed to say anything, I can't say anything. But I would like to get the jacket and show up at the door with them. I told you they could use my head as a battering ram to go into Lynn's office. I'll be glad to let them pick me up and use me to knock that door up. So anyway, let me get back to work and
thank you, Ham. You're the best.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye. Okay.
Call ended.
Don't forget. Let's see where we are. I'm loading up on GTII today. JR Ewing Widener is smaller than Big JR. Hey, lucky boy, I love you. Thanks for waiting. Interesting question. What do you think about a reverse market crash happening? A reverse repo market, or you're talking about, I don't quite understand it, but I think the Fed's going to engineer a rally in the stock market, not a crash right now. But it's all guesswork. They want Joe Biden reelected, and they want you to feel like the economy's doing great. So they'll buy the 6 or 7 stocks that make the market go up. The one. I don't know that it's. I'd say no to that question. How come the market is so bullish? Well, the simple answer is because the inflation numbers came down. It only came in at only 3.2% annualized. The market is assuming, and the Fed is probably in buying the S&P 7. The market is assuming the Fed has stopped raising rates. And the next thing the Fed will do is lower interest rates. That's why the market is bullish. The Fed is probably playing a little bit with fire because the bond market is huge. And if the bond market decides that they don't trust the Fed, that they don't trust inflation, the bond market will collapse and the Fed won't have anything. In other words, interest rates will go up and the Fed won't have anything to say about it. I'm not all that convinced that the Fed has stopped raising rates or that they'll start it down lower. But if we start spending a lot of money on a war, I don't know. At some point, the world is going to be choking on the US dollar. It's a real game of risk. They want to keep it all up while the banksters steal and claim as many real assets as possible. I was hoping that one or two of these stocks we're following would be up so that you can start thinking like a bankster. You can start thinking like a central bank. Get out of debt, although you could make a debate that in inflationary times, debt's value goes down. But debt is slavery. Own some assets that are real, own some cash flow, own what you know and understand. Lynn Zhang is calling for hyperinflation, and she's pretty adamant about it. John Williams of Shadow Stats, about a few weeks ago, was saying that the true numbers, I don't remember it right now, it was either 11.8% for inflation. He might have said 18.11, but go with the lower number. So but still 11% annualized inflation he sees as the real number. And the wild card is inflation may have been down because oil prices went down. Well, how long do you think oil prices are going to stay down? When there's decline curves. A lot of the oil and natural gas behind pipe has been turned on. So at some point, we have to start drilling again. And what's the incentive? What's the market incentive to drill again? Higher prices. So anyway, let's just get to the bottom and I'm going to hang up. Really? I didn't know this. Oh gosh, my thing. I've got to do something. Gerbil Grewal is under investigation for fraud. I've always liked Gerbil Grewal. I don't think he's part of the Hamptons crowd, the Hillary Clinton crowd. And but I didn't know about this investigation. That's really interesting. Gee whiz. Yeah, I got banned. Sam Chung, the COO or the CFO at Lynn Partners, put in a claim or a violation that I had violated her copyrighted photograph of herself, which is weird because it was put out on the Lynn Partners promotional website. I don't remember ever seeing that it was a copyrighted photograph. So it may be she's copyrighted it after the fact. And of course, the authorities act immediately when the criminal short sellers call in. They don't do anything when we call in. It's not worth it. My computer is overheating, so I'm just going to go to the bottom, and because it's just so frustrating waiting for the endless wheel of death to stop spinning. Just wait. Just wait. Or spend the $80. I think it's reasonable if you're not willing to wait until they do it for free, spend the $80. That's a pretty good. Thank you for that information. The grandfather. I tell you, Gen Z, what's weird about getting older is it happens all at once, number one. Number two, you suddenly realize the whole framework, the time capsule you grew up in, has moved, and everything below you barely understand. You know, I'm sure you don't know who wrote, or at least who sang Afternoon Delight, but you certainly don't know what it sounded like to have it played on the radio over and over and over again. And all you wanted to deal. You probably don't know that on Casey Kasem's list one year, the number one song was "We Had Joy, We Had Fun, We Had Seasons in the Sun." And da 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 da. Anyway, it's just weird. Now you probably know a Britney Spears song. I don't know any. You probably go to Taylor Swift concerts. I don't know why anyone would. It's just it's really weird how all of a sudden, I guess, you become a grandfather. There's Big JR. To Kevin, a lot of the GTII shares are restricted. That's true. And when an insider owns that much stock, they can't sell. I think it's 1% a month they're doing. And the company owns almost 30% of the outstanding shares. So it's interesting. The market is rallying because there's too many stupid people who actually believe that inflation is coming down. Well, that's the narrative. And remember, Doobie Wah, they want Joe Biden. Joe Biden's the most popular president in U.S. history, and he's doing a great job. We can all agree on that. So they want to make sure he gets reelected. That's a typical, every 4 years, he controls the agenda, and the Senate is controlled by Chucky Boy Schumer. So they're gonna do their everything. They're gonna do everything to give the illusion of wealth, keep your 401ks up, your IRAs. I mean, in fairness, the previous president always quoted 401ks. But anyway, I don't want to get political. This guy's still bullshitting with y'all, laughing my ass off. Well, Tommy Lee, I hope you have a big ass and you can laugh for a long time. And if you feel like I'm bullshitting, you can go watch The View. The View's interesting. I don't know, Tommy Lee. Sorry, your opinion of it is it's all bullshitting. I think if you're on the side of the shorts and you're a part of the criminal and you're siding with the criminals, I'm not sure I'm the one who's bullshitting. GTII is not a shell company. Logic to someone's question earlier, LGIQ is a shell company right now. But GTII is not a shell company. It's a small company, and it's got a specific strategy. So its size can grow almost overnight. But GTII is not a shell. Well, I don't, other than your, or your, yes. That could be true. You got it. You got it. And you got it pretty quickly. What a stupid song. Afternoon delight. All right, I'll read it out, CB. GTII is not a shell company, not initially organized as a shell company, and addressed the disclosure of being a shell during its lifetime by providing info in compliance with Form 10, a filing in an S1 in 2021. Is GTI going below 50 cents? Karnak says it could. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. And Black Seal says when it drops, it runs back up, and that's the buyers come in. I never heard of it. It's an awful song. You're blessed. You're blessed that you. It's probably worse than any Taylor Swift song that you've ever heard. I'm a novice. There's no question. But I haven't been able to use my hand for almost 10 days. You can see I'm starting to, and I'm feeling better. So I'll act on this, but I'm not fast acting to nectin. Thank you, Steve. You're the best. GTI down 10%. Well, it's tax loss season. they're going to push it down. But look, I really think, and I think I've made it clear over the last few months, although I've pulled back slightly on the enthusiasm in terms of now, that Finger is the one in play. But I'm being blamed that because I said something, Univest pulled away. Anyway, maybe it was me. Maybe I'm the cause that Univest pulled away. But what I think's more likely is that Univest has been, and I lost a lot of money in call options the Friday that I had to go do the interview, be down at the SEC. I chose to take them to lunch. So I was away from the trading for like 4 to 6 hours. And I didn't know that they would drive the calls down almost $3. So, you know, I've paid for my enthusiasm in the potential of Univest doing something. But I think Univest is Chinese. I think Finger Motion is basically Chinese. And I think slow, deliberate, careful, check with the attorneys. I think that's, and successful, smart, successful, building a monster company, a great fundamental story. It all goes hand in hand. So I just don't think they act that quickly. But I think Finger is the one that will possibly go first. And thank you again, Steve. I didn't leave that up very long. Johnny Carson used to do that. You never heard Michael Jackson? You got to be joking. You got to be joking. But you know what? He wasn't from the 80s. He was from the 70s or even late 60s. ABC, better than. There you go. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon. Oh, God. Oh, the pain of listening to that song. The SEC enforces the security laws to protect the more than 66 million households that have turned to the securities markets to invest in their futures. Poorly written sentence, inaccurate, and verifiably false. May the fleas from 1,000 camels infest your armpits. Karnat, the mighty Karnat. Hey, thank you very much. I'll fix this. Thank you, Michael. Hey, that's not how you pronounce your name. Hate. Now you don't, your name's not Hate. Hide, maybe. Thank you very much, Michael. Exactly. I do dictate what happens at Univest. I mean, I think there's a little logic to his point that all of the excitement on the Twitter spaces, all of the discussion from Dan Borders saying that the stock, they're going to blow it through the $15 stock prices to, my conversations to everybody all getting in. Maybe the lawyers said in June, July, and September, don't do anything now. And it may be all my fault because I showed a text message to you prematurely. It might be me. I don't remember the text message. I do remember that the four of us were speaking, and they had to edit that mistake I made out. But it was just, hey, look, boom, and it was a mistake. It wasn't intentional, but somebody that has talent took it out of the four-way conference call right away. And I think Ace was hosting it. And I guess I'm the one that caused all the reason why Univest pulled away because of that. But I don't think so. Could be, though. Could be. You can't prove one thing or another. Yeah, that's great, Steve. I've been looking at all these elaborate things. I might just buy a little, a little mini me or a mini studio or something, and just use the monitor. I don't know. I'll get it done. I didn't interact with Peter Magellan. I remember when he was he was the star of the day. I read his book, and he might have had 2 books. I did know people in Boston. When I was in President's Club and a big swinging hero, the headquarters of my firm was in Boston. And I love Boston. But I think a lot of the people I knew and met are probably out of the business, retired. A lot of good people in Boston. It's great. A lot of honest people in the brokerage business up there. Mostly you can understand what they say. And yeah, I love Boston. What a great place. Hey, Vincent. Do I know lawyers from Hale and Dorr, Epstein, Isselbacher, and King? Hale Dorr sounds familiar. I don't know the last one. But anyway, I don't know anyone that I can think their name off the top of my head. All right, so it's hate, but it's not with that intention. So hate, like 8. It's like 8. Is it the 17th yet? No, I think that's Friday. And I personally wouldn't get all excited about it, but something might happen. GTII and FNGR both under attack. No volume. It's Fraud Street. And they're going to keep doing it until one of them's arrested. Could be 2 more days. Could happen. I hope hopium pays off. I hope so too. But we have to face the fact that Thanksgiving is coming. Christmas is coming. Those are holidays. Overpaid wankers bonuses are usually calculated, not always. Let me say it differently. Could be calculated from the end of November. Some are calculated from the end of December. There's a holding pattern that happens now on Wall Street. Managers want to just stay in the range of their competitors. So next year, when they're pitching their fund or their skills, they can say, hey, we're in the top quartile, the top quintile. We do this, this, and this. But they don't want to take a lot of risks because they want their bonuses. And the regulators don't want new cases. They just want to close out what they have. Job offers might be pending from the do we cheat them and how to the people that work at the SEC. And, you know, everything slows down, vacations, travel. So I just think in both stocks, and in fact, in everything that you're playing in, you got to look out for tax loss selling, year-end pressure from the criminals, and we might have to wait for the January effect or the first quarter in general. But there will be some trading opportunities here. Fingers at 487, 345,000 shares. Who's selling? Who's selling? It's all criminal. God, Taylor Swift and Beyonce. I can't imagine. Although I do think Beyonce, I don't know about now, but when she first came out, to my eyeball, she was kind of a good-looking woman. Taylor Swift. Thriller is a great album. I had anyway, I remember I was invited to that by my girlfriend. She came by. She was so furious at me or something. She slammed the door on her own head, walked out, and went to the concert without me. I assume she went with somebody else. So that's the one singer I never saw was Michael Jackson. But I thought Thriller was a great album. I thought Michael Jackson's song, and if you haven't heard it, I'm sure you've have Billie Jean. That was a breakthrough song. That was just complete genius. That changed music. And he had 2 albums then. He was on the top of the market. But then Prince came out with his album, Purple Rain. And I assume you haven't listened to Purple Rain. But Purple Rain, and you don't remember this kind of thing, but people used to go to shopping malls and there were video stores or TV stores, or you know, they had different names, but you'd go in and you could buy an 8-track deck for your car, or you could buy a home entertainment system, a TV. That's how it used to be. But I remember when Purple Rain came out at Tyson's Corner, and for weeks you could walk around this one store, and because you had to get to the anchor stores, you'd walk around this one audio video store, and the people surrounding the television, and then the speakers were set up, would pack the whole hallway to listen to Purple Rain. So those 2 songs and those 2 artists, I think, changed music massively. What was that? Was that the late 80s? No, it was sort of I guess the mid to late 80s. Peter Lynch. Yeah, I read his book. I've spent time at the Harvard Club in New York City. It's so long ago, I don't know if I went to the Harvard Club in Boston. I used to be invited to different pretty fancy places, but a lot of it I did with my girlfriend, and a lot of it I may have been doing it, you know, drinking, may have gone to 3 or 4 places in the same night. I had a couple really good friends on Wall Street up there. So yes to the New York City Harvard Club, possibly to the Harvard Club in Boston. I just can't remember. Wow, Peter Lynch. I went on 2 of the President's Club trips I went on. I met John Templeton. Does that count? He came out of I remember swimming and seeing him come out of the ocean. I stayed at Sean Connery's. Sean, yes, but of course you are. At Sean Connery's place in God, I can't remember if it was the Bahamas or Bermuda. What a memory. I have such a bad memory. I'm not going to read that one out. Hi, Phil LeBlanc. Ham, Phil, I don't know if Ham met with somebody. I believe it was an introducer who is high up and well connected, and the Secret Service. But Phil, he's been, he's told me a little bit about it that parts of it I'm uncomfortable repeating, but they're not significant things. And I think he's withheld information from me as well. So my answer to you is yes, I think so, absolutely. But if later on it turns out I'm wrong, it's not intentional, I think he's careful not to share anything maybe he thinks he should not. So, but yes, I think he did. If this takes much longer, by the time finger pops, I'm going to have to dump all my profits into new knees. I have several friends that got new knees, and one that or two that are still looking to do it. If I were you, I would do it. Your health is more important, and it works. Apparently, it works. So if you get profits or you have cash, I wouldn't delay getting your knees to work, because your knees, who knows, then you'll feel better, and life takes on a bigger shine. And I'm not going to talk about some of the things I've been thinking about, but and worried about, but there's a bigger agenda about life that isn't all about this world. So your health would allow you to enjoy your time here. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get old. Did you hear about IMC? They allowed a crypto company to generate millions of Class A tokens. Well, I don't know what I get confused, because I think crypto and other strategies are ways of providing liquidity to trap shorts. So one way I'm reacting to you is maybe they were helping out trap shorts. Another way is you're never going to see a run up in AMC. They're always going to dilute. They're always going to help the criminals. But I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to read the story, because Rudy, I'm really not. I don't consider myself fluent in crypto. I try to understand it, but and I do understand I got that. It's just all of the crypto out, different kinds. That's where the scamsters are. Bit Panda. You've blown it sky high. Okay. Don't you think Deutsche Bank is involved in Naked Shorty? I can't believe they aren't involved. I think Deutsche Bank prime brokerage, which might be inside of Deutsche Bank since it's German, but I do think that Germany, Switzerland, the UK, that's where a lot of these orders come from because the SEC doesn't go after it. But I think it's to help US hedge funds, US criminals, and US banks. Thriller Video was the most expensive of all time at the time. Yeah, it was amazing. It did change music. So did MTV. Hey, Barbara. MCPHS. I don't know MCPHS, but others do. Hi, Sada. All right, bye, Steve. When I get to the bottom, I'm leaving. Are you getting our super chats? I don't know. Several people have donated. I don't know the difference between super chat and a donation, but I didn't see yours today, but I saw several today, and thank you very much. I'm apparently going to get my first payout at the end of this month. I had to follow up. They take taxes out, and YouTube takes a cut. So I don't expect it to be huge, but and by the way, to whoever said I need glasses, my appointment to get my cataract surgery is in 1 month, 8 a.m. So I'm going to do that. A little nervous. That's what my problem is. It's not this eye I can pretty much read, but when I have both open, I don't know if my brain starts using, anyway, I can't always see. So that's going to happen. And after that, and I most certainly probably will, I'll go get glasses. Okay, Mexican, thank you very much. I'll read them and I'll talk about them. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's when who are you? When I got interviewed, I was already on Wall Street, but they're always interviewing. I went pretty high up in the process, and I was heavily recruited by Alex Brown, who at the time was based in Baltimore, but that was a really nice old shoe law firm, brokerage firm. It since got bought out by Deutsche Bank. But I'll never forget meeting one of the type of people that you're talking about. He said in the middle of of the interview, Farron, I remember that name. What is it that your father does? And I didn't fall for that. I was still pursued. I didn't blow but I said, what does it matter what my father does? You're hiring me, jerk. But it's all like that. Oh, what school did your father go to? Where did you? We're so grateful. It's all the 1% helping the 1%. The United States used to be that everybody had a chance. Now the canard is that we have people in office and we have this great movement, LGBTQIPCD, and feminism, and the future is feminine, and every commercial you see, it's an interracial couple, and everyone is of color, and the only problem in the world that ever existed is the white straight male. All white straight males, not the British. The British didn't treat the Irish like shit, and the impoverished Jews out of Eastern Europe weren't chased by other whites and killed and had to escape, and the poverty in Italy and elsewhere. No, it's just a blanket white straight males, the patriarchy. Look, I don't want to get into the argument, but what they do by turning us against each other, we're just arguing down here. It's the 1% up here, all getting the jobs, the schools, the money, the benefits. Their feet barely touch ground. And I mean, you could comment on which classes and sexes and religions and all that. I think it's getting a little bit more complicated than it used to be, but it's the 1%. While we argue and measure and, they distract us down here. But in the United States of America, it used to be you could percolate up from the bottom based on merit. Anyway, it's too complicated. Finger went 526 to 581. It's all fraud. It's all fraud, David. It's all fraud. It's all fraud. Phil LeBlanc. All right, I'm getting to the bottom, and I'm going to go back to the top, and I'll see you again. Oh, yeah. David Hensley, your dad had cataract surgery. He told me not to worry. It wasn't. I am scared. But I'm going to just, hold my breath, and hopefully it's great. Thank you for telling me that. Yeah, I'm sorry your kid has one eye that's bad, blind. But yeah, the brain adjusts. I just, what's going on, ring the bell. I didn't notice this eye at all for, I guess, 2 or 3 years, because I hadn't seen my eye doctor, and he said, you didn't notice it? I didn't notice it. So that's probably what happened. But when I went for my retina surgery a week ago or 2 weeks ago, turns out I didn't need it in this eye. He said it's weak, but a great surgeon. But they did all this stuff with my eyes, drops, tests, blah, blah, blah. Ever since then, I think my brain is starting, how do I do it? Starting to use this eye. And my vision is blurred. But for a long time, like you say, I think my vision was just this eye, and I could see everything. Anyway, I'm going to get it fixed, and then we'll stop talking about it. I got it, doctor. Thank you very much, Mitchell Wong. Thank you very much. Harvard and Yale. Yes, Harvard and Yale. I wish when I was young, anyway, yeah, they still rule it, and it's the secret fraternities, Harvard, Yale. But there's great schools all over the world and great schools all over the United States. And there's a lot of great people in this audience, whether they went to college or not, that I think could run rings around many of those people. Oh, gosh. Don't forget about the listeners' audience. I won't. I forget the context of your point. Kitties never die. Hi, kitties never die. Do I have macular degeneration? No, I don't. I don't. And I don't have the other thing. And this eye doesn't have a cataract. So, no, I don't have that. I hope I never get it. There's no cure. Hey, sub has the boss. GTII to 35 cents. It could. I don't know. I don't think so. But West Virginia, I haven't looked at a chart, but there's a lot of people in GTII, a lot of stockbrokers and tax advisors and wives and husbands are going to say, why don't we just get out? It's the end of the year. Take your tax loss. And then the criminals are going to use that kind of pressure to add their own counterfeiting. So that could happen. But West Virginia, it doesn't matter. Alpine is still under pressure. They're going the legal route. No one's going against them. But in the documents, it shows that the NSCC specifically stated in court that there was a massive, I don't know if they used the massive, but there were deficient because of a large short position in GTII. The FBI is still going after whoever put sales orders, probably the Kramers or their clients, in to sell GTII at Westpac Securities. West Christian, it has filed for information against, and I guess initial lawsuits, 52 John Does. I don't have access to the status of that. The Trento mine deal is still pending. The longer it waits, of course, the less likely I would say that it's going to happen. But this was international banking, which had to go through COVID, had to go through the SVB problem, and here it is. And now the criminals have driven GTII down, and that's the whole negotiation again. They have 2 or 3 other companies they can distribute. They have the dividend out there. They have, I don't think 1-800 Law Firm will ever revive. They have $3 million in cash. They don't need to go to the criminals to raise money. The company is on your side. They're not doing deals with the criminals. They're not doing reverse splits. And I'm leaving 2 or 3 things out. There's 4, if you believe it, there's 400 million shares short, the counterfeit, that don't exist. If you don't believe it, it's 200 million. If you don't believe that, it's 100 million. If you don't believe that, it's 50. If you don't believe that, it's 20 million. Do those shares get bought back in if Alpine finally goes under? And West Virginia, I believe finger motion, when it goes, if the whales in finger motion are still interested, they own a lot of GTII, that money comes to GTII almost as an afterthought to run it. But anyway, yes, it can go to 35 cents. I'm getting it at I'm not sure I wrote it down. Oh, I did write it down. Eye Doctors of Washington. Eye Doctors of Washington. There you go, Mexican. They can follow $600 or more, but they can't follow counterfeit shares. They can't follow the money that goes into the prime brokerage accounts. When it's reverse split, it's transferred over to Germany or the Cayman Islands. The government is working with Wall Street at the top. I'm not saying all the people on Wall Street. The Ken Griffins, the criminal clients, the SACs. It's all a profitable club, and you're not part of it. It is easy. All right, ordinary angler. I'm going to be scared, but afterward, I'll take a deep sigh of relief. And luckily, thank you, Ian Tucker. MIT is the third best school in the world? Possibly. I don't know. I think the United States and what's ahead, Jay, I actually think to go to Harvard to take a degree in gender studies or Southeast Asian civilization or the Baroque period of art history. These skills are not going to be the skills that are rewarded over the next 20 to 40 years. I think people that go to technical school, I think people who can install electric wires and garage door openers, or who can put in a septic tank, or who can build a house, or who can come in and do some carpentry, or who can install HVAC, who can build, do trades, who can farm, who can all sorts of things that are going to be in demand in the new world we're going to live in. As Jimmy Rogers says, in the future, stockbrokers are going to drive taxi cabs and farmers are going to drive Maseratis. It's his way of trying to paint a picture. Things are going to change. So I think technical schools, I think it's better. Well, of course, the wealthy don't have student debt, but I think it's better to go to even a junior college or a school that you get out of it without a lot of debt. That's going to be more important than the connections made at Harvard. But there's no question, of course, that everyone wants to go to Harvard. GTII question mark. GTII question mark. You're the West Virginia. You asked about 35 cents. I assume you want me to answer it again. Yes, it can go to 35 cents. Will it? I don't know. I don't think so, but it could. Anytime a stock is at any price and there's fraud going on, it can go down by 50% from any price, right? From $1 it can go to 50. From $2 it can go to $1. From $5 it can go to $2.50. From $10 it can go to $5. So I think I answered GTII as thoroughly as I could. I used to machine the needle. Oh, the needles! Don't tell me about needles. Don't tell me about needles. Finger taking a massive gassive to a lower number. All right, that's your guess. Could be. I would be surprised if they get fingered down that low. It would be on options expiry date. I would be surprised if it stayed down there. But if you want to watch every little minutia of the fraud, when's the cavalry coming? Let's do. You can do that, or you can decide, look, I'm gonna buy the stock, might sell some calls in the short run, or I'm going to buy calls, or whatever I'm going to do. I believe the story in Finger Motion. Top up business is growing. Revenues last quarter, at least I'm confused. The quarter skip back was 12 million versus a target of 10 million. I think the last quarter it was slightly down. The China's back in business. China has built out 5G across most of the provinces in the country, mandating the acquisition by 1.5 billion people, replacing up to 3 billion phones with 5G. And then China is saying you have to get insurance, Apple Care on those new phones. Finger Motion is working with the number one insurance company in the world for Apple Care. That's rolling out now. Finger Motion has turned profitable according to information and belief now. Finger Motion is getting into rich communication services based on 5G, which allows them to advertise to companies to advertise to their customers, high profit margin for Finger Motion. Sapientus, the big data arm, is working with Pacific Re and Munich Re, and they're in the second phase. They've built the laboratory. Their scientists are looking at the data, and they're ready to monetize that. Imagine being able to go into the world's largest economy, second largest people, and be on the forefront of house insurance, car insurance, life insurance, health insurance, any other insurance. And Finger Motion is there. Finger Motion has great relationships with the top 3 of the top Chinese telecom communication companies. They purchased the Netflix of Southeast Asia with 100 million users. They are the toll booth into the online marketplaces, shopping malls, and they get a fee every time their consumers use it. They have cash. They've divorced from Lynn Partners, the criminals there, the client at Lynn Partners, and the clients behind, in my opinion. And they've engaged Univest for a $300 million shelf registration. Why is the number so high? Could it be a joint venture? Could it be an acquisition? Could it be a distribution of a division with a massive financing? Who the hell knows? But Univest is a $150 billion investment bank. Finger is a pristine, excellently run, top flight management, growing. The growth is turning into the cash flow positive. On top of that, oh, by the way, they may have 200 million shares naked short. I hear ringing in my ear from a high-level boo bird on that idea. It's impossible. There's systems in place. So that's up to you, Bader. But could they get it lower? Could Finger go down right now? It's all fraud. Yes, it could. But Finger could be $100 stock, ignoring the short position in the next 2-3 years based on the fundamentals all by itself. Look up SN like Nancy, O like Oscar, W like Wilco, Snow. See what that company did when it went IPO. Big data. So my suggestion is, rather than the pain of, oh my God, it's down, I would look at it like, I wish I had saved some money to buy. Oh, I do have some money to buy. I'm going to add to my position. Or maybe I'll buy some longer term in the money calls. Or I'm just going to keep what I have, and I'll put some GTC orders out. I'll look at my account in 90 days. If it runs beforehand, of course, Ham's going to tell me and I'm going to know, but I want to get on with my life. The final thing you could do with Finger is you could double your position right here, sell your original position in 31 days, and take a tax loss. Or if you want to risk it, I don't think I would, but if you want to risk it, you could sell Finger now, maybe buy some calls for January, and then they'll come out next week. And then in 31 days, buy back your Finger position so you lock in tax losses. The risk with Finger is an event douche ex machina from off stage could happen anytime, and the stock's up. But anyway, that's my answer to that. I wouldn't stress yourself out watching for every little stock price downward. The Lynn Partners, according to what I understand Jeff Easton said, syndicated the $5 million raise to 4 customers. And according to Jeff, maybe one is the short seller. It's not Jeff Easton. Look at all the companies that they did. Almost all of them have been shorted to oblivion. You want to know one? Vocal, CRTD. Oh, it's not them. They're not doing it. Look, they're all in it together. It is massive transfer of wealth to criminals. But hey, it's a loophole. I'm not a criminal. I have lawyers. They're saying it's a loophole. Oh, there's no moral obligation to this. I'm not a criminal. And by the way, you took a picture off of the website that we use to promote to thousands, if not tens of thousands of people. And it's a copyright. You did something wrong. We are the blessed. Anyway, I wouldn't, Bader, I wouldn't spend a lot of time going through anxiety that the stock price is down. Buy more. Make a recommitment to hold what you have, sell, get out, or do some tax loss strategy here, and just wait. The fundamentals on Finger are terrific. They don't need capital. They're not going to go back to the pimps or the drug dealers or the criminals. The criminals are not going to be able to drive this company into helplessness. And the Univest is there. So I don't know what else to tell you. Hey, MKC. Broad market taking a constitutional. I don't know. I've been on all morning. I don't know what's happening. I think the fantasy that inflation is gone is going to disappear. The idea that the United States, the bond markets are safe might come into question as we increase our announced treasury debt to 50 trillion. And I think there's going to be some confidence questions. So I also think as the market goes up, there's going to be profit taking for year-end bonuses. The market is vulnerable, but watch the bond market. Watch the bond market. The Fed can prop up the U.S. equity markets by just buying 6 or 7 companies. Watch the bond market. It's impossible to call when it's going to collapse, what's the high. But thank you for the input. I have no idea, West Virginia. If GTII goes down, it's possible that the bottom is 39 cents if it goes down. I'm going to end this at the bottom. My brother was a software genius. Northeastern. Your brother was accepted for a full ride at MIT. That's amazing. It's amazing. Look, these are just names. My dad always told me, anyway, I don't want to remember my own background. I own boatloads of finger, looking to add more. At any time, batter, at any time, any stock can go lower at any time. On top of it, when the Lynn partners and the criminals they syndicated the stock to are selling non-existent shares, fail to locate shares, manipulating the stock price, engaging fake research, bringing in day trader shorts, in general, committing securities fraud right in front of your face. And then they're saying, who are you going to believe? Me or your lying eyes? The stock can go down. IRS is looking at all of my gains from super chats and donations. That's why I mention IRS. You brought it up. Look, I don't know how long I've been on. I expect my first receipt from YouTube will be in the $1,000 range. They will have already taken the taxes out, and I expect I will get something, if I'm lucky, that's $1,000. So all of my gains, Mexican, I had a friend, a phone partner who used to tell his clients or potential clients who would complain about commissions. He would say, look, the commissions I make on your account couldn't even pay my country club dues for 1 month. All of my gains, I don't know. I appreciate everything. I am so grateful because I am going to put it into a computer system, which I hope will improve my service. I'm not making gains, at least not yet. Maybe I'll develop into how to do it, but I'm not. I don't know. If I'm netting 100, 200 a month, do you think that's gains? I don't know. We'll see. I hope I can make it grow and make it bigger. But thank you, Mexican, for pointing out all of my gains and warning me about the IRS. If GTI went to 39, it would rocket past 2. I don't know. I don't know at what point low prices bring in a lot of buying. But the thing is, the criminals are only going to make their position worse They're only going to lower their VWAP. And I agree with you. At some point, it's going to rally, and their position is going to be untenable. But you got to believe in the story. There are people that think the whole story is hogwash. So, you know. Yeah, I think they're hoping for the year-end tax selling is a natural place where they can counterfeit shares. Basket weaving is quite useful. NWBO is in a lawsuit with Citadel. I'm open to that story. I just don't know enough about it. Damn it. There's no news on Finger. I disagree with you about the future. You sound like a 1% trying to force the 99% into workers. No, that's not at all what I was trying to say. I just think skills that you can barter are going to be very important in the future. I don't think the world's going to be the same. I don't think we need as many lawyers. I don't think we need as many investment bankers in the future. Will we need lawyers? Will we need investment bankers? Will we need philosophers? Will we need teachers? Will we need thinkers? Absolutely. But not everybody goes to Harvard. Not everybody can sit on the lawn and study Kant. But I'm glad you studied philosophy, Jay Adams. I was fascinated by philosophy. I studied it and looked forward to my classes. We, had a great book on it. My professor was a woman who went to Harvard, blonde. She was terrific. About halfway during, 2/3 through the second semester. So we had gotten into all sorts of ideas about philosophy. And they're in my head. But she was amazing. She could speak in full paragraphs without making one single mistake in her grammar, repeating a word, in her thoughts. She could line up her points, never make a mistake. But not one day I come in excited to be in the class, and there was everyone there's sort of waiting for her. Knock on the door, in comes the dean of the philosophy department, and he said, today we're going to dismiss the class, but first I have some sad news. Dr. I forget her name right now, was found hanging in her closet. She committed suicide, and we're going to find someone to fill out the rest of the course. I decided, Jay, at that time, that if this brilliant woman could go so far out in the thinking about existence that she would kill herself, I stopped my philosophical studies then. But I was fascinated by it. I think school should be about learning and teaching you how to think. But if you think, Jay Adams, that there's going to be jobs for all these young men and women that go get careers in gender studies or in art history, enough that they can pay back their student loans, I don't know. There's got to be some thinking about that. Maybe Joe Biden will just dismiss all of the debt, but that'll be a societal decision. Then as a society, do we think it's a good investment to invest in a lot of thinkers who study whether the patriarchy destroyed everything and how we can make everything equal, or whether they go study ancient art history, or whether they study the Chickatee Island off of Virginia with the horses. I studied that one semester in sociology, but I took only one class of sociology, but you can major in sociology. Is this how our country is going to grow our jobs and our factories and our productivity and our technology and our medical patents, so that we can pay back our debt and remain strong? I don't know, Jay. You could be right. You could be right. Maybe the best use is people go to college and learn how to think. I agree with that. But is it worth $250,000? Is it worth the what I have come to see over my lifetime? A lot of people go to undergrad to drink and other things, and then they go to grad school to fill in what they should have learned. Is it worth it? I don't know, Jay. But I'm all for every single person who wants to get an advanced degree to get it. And if they want to do it in thinking and philosophy, I'm all for it. I'm not a one percenter. I do need a Snicker bar, and I need a computer so when I click things, it comes up. Biggest breakthrough in cancer. Yeah. I vaguely understand it, but the financing, that's the problem, the financing. To me, what will make NWBO work is a buyout. Then they skip through the criminals. Acts 1, you got to check with your advisors. If you have a long-term capital gain, you pay 20% plus the Obamacare of 4.25% or something. So long-term, it's something like 24% on federal taxes, and you pay your state taxes. If you were to do a tax loss strategy now, you would lose that. There's no question. Then you go to short-term capital gains. So let's say you made $100,000 profit, long-term capital gains. You pay $25,000 in federal taxes. If you take those, if you have a loss of $100,000, you take it, and then next year you make $100,000 and it's short term, you'd be able to offset that entire gain, and you wouldn't have to pay the 50% tax. So you have to sit down with a pencil and an accountant. I think you come out ahead in that example. But you're right. Long-term capital gains are definitely better than short-term capital gains. You've got Obamacare to pay for. You've got your state taxes to pay for. And city even. Factor all that in. Yeah, exactly, Rick. Jay Adams, this gentleman, graduated trade school, worked 42 years, government work. It's not for everyone, no way. But it was good for this gentleman, and no debt. So, Rick, Jay, by no means am I 1%. I don't want you misinterpret why I'm even doing this. I don't want anyone to be slaves to the 1%. Absolutely not. But what I do think, though, people have to look at their situations You don't have to go to one of the 3 schools in the country everyone wants to get in. And in the future, Jay, interest rates aren't going to remain low. Well, actually, Jay, I think the biggest change coming, which I'll start talking about when I have a computer. Jay, the biggest thing coming is that oil, gasoline will be $20 a gallon, $25, $30 a gallon. Oil will be $200, $400, $600 a barrel. The North American experience will change. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. I got to finish because I'm, yes. See, it's not LGIQ, it's CAUD. The contemplation for the final 2/3 is 11 months from 2 weeks ago, or maybe it's counted from the first distribution. 11 months. I think that's terrific, PS 71. I think they should extend it so that they roll up, so that CAUD, forget logic, it's a shell. Collective audience rolls in the 5 or 6 companies they want to. They get Univest behind them, and they become a massive new force in the ad tech, martech space. The 60% of the ad tech, martech, AI space that isn't the big boys, controlled by Trade Desk, that work with Walmart and Amazon, the space that works with Wayfair, well, I don't know Wayfair, but smaller companies, and are growing. And so I think PS 71, my preference, they wait 11 months. But my understanding, PS 71, there's a growing push from some large investors. Let's see if they can take the restriction off sooner. I'm against it. I would rather see my stock trading for $25 a share to $40 a share in a year's time, 18 months, 2 years' time, than have everyone dump their shares. But that, we'll see how it goes. Right now, you can look it up. It's an 11-month restriction for the remaining 2/3. I think the company, the large shareholders, will try to get that changed to sooner, maybe 6 months. I don't think they can go 3 months, but maybe 6 months. I'm Kit Kitteridge. I'm convinced Jeffries is directly involved in manipulation to save their arse. I agree with you, Kit, and I think your analysis is usually spot on. That I agree with, Jay. I think the 1%, the banksters primarily, want us to go back to a feudal system. They're inside the castle, we're outside. I don't want to see that happen. I'm trying, and I'm sorry all these stocks suck because of the fraud, but that's not permanent. Anyway, Jay, I'm trying to create in each of you a miniature independent financial entity, your own central banks. I want everyone to be free from debt, free from the trap. And I would love everyone to have the opportunity to study and to think and to prepare. I just don't think there's going to be enough government jobs, enough social, well, there might be social work, but it might not be very well paid, and enough, there may be military jobs. It's hard to predict. But I'll tell you what, the next 20 years are going to be a lot different than the last 40 years. The CPI number was a lie. I agree with that. It's not going to work. Univest will take Jeffries out. I agree it's possible. We'll talk about NWBO. I'm not recommending it because of the financing, but I think NWBO could be bought out, and then you have a huge home run. It's pennies a minute. I know. I'm not complaining, ring the bell. I'm not complaining. I'm grateful for the donations. I want to get a computer that works better. I want to get better at this and learn to monetize it. But I just was reacting all my gains. Sounds like I'm sitting here getting rich. I do want to make it so I can build something and maybe have a source of income from YouTube. It's not going to make me rich, but maybe it will keep me in dog food and McDonald's. Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? Afternoon Delight is one of those songs always in your head. Drive you crazy. If the market crashes, will the liquidity not to be if the market crashes, Bill Cooper, forget about the SEC, forget about how much money's there, forget about the hegemony of the market. If the market crashes, each firm is there for themselves, and they're going to want to close out the risk in the short positions. So once you move from the sales side to the compliance side, cover the risk, buy them in. They'll buy it in, even if they don't need the money before they buy in. They just want to close out the position. After the dust settles, when there's a loss, they'll go after the criminal. They'll go after the prime broker. They'll go after the other side of the trade. If there's still something left, because the prime broker has cash in their accounts against the shorts. If there's still left something to be covered, it goes up the chain, the National Securities Corporation, whatever it is, and up to the DTCC. If there's still money there that left, and the DTCC in a crash might lose money, but it's, it's huge. If it goes past that, it'll go to the brokerage firms. But in the crash, where does it go? It goes for the U.S. Treasury. It goes to the taxpayer. But in GTII, you're talking losses that'll be $1 billion, $10 billion, $20 billion. The DTCC is $70 to $80 trillion. The cash in the prime brokers' accounts is probably in the $1 trillion range. So, Bill, could we lose out because as the brokerage firms collapse, they steal our money and then we are in lawsuits? Absolutely. When the system goes down, every brokerage firm that's in trouble will claim your assets in your account. Look at your account agreement. Absolutely, Bill Cooper. But the buying does not need cash in the account before it happens. The buying is to cover and protect their very ass. Jeffries will buy back in because they want to keep their franchise. All right, MKC, Barbara L. There you go. Never invest on rumors. Innuendo is a great way to end up taking it. Innuendo. Wow. I read it's not Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Racing. It's not that. Maybe it is. But Phaedrus. And I take that whole journey in that book, the Zeno paradox. I had never heard of that before, but that's the similar, that's what I remember all these years later. But I actually read that book in an English class. But I've always loved philosophy. I like physics. Ellie Belly, I remember studying the Zeno paradox in college philosophy. In order to reach your destination, you have to go halfway, always halfway left, so you never really reach it. I like that, Ellie Belly. And I'll try to remember Zeno paradox. I'll look it up. All right, Jay, I spent a lot of time on that. I happen to agree with you, but somehow I'm on the other side of the fence. But I happen to agree with everything you say. I just don't know that going to college, spending $250,000 and then another 150 in graduate school to become an expert in gender studies, for example, is going to be the way to be an economic unit in the future. But, you know, we can all assume that this blessed life we've lived while the United States has been preeminent in the world financially, militarily, and up until the Elvis Presley days in oil and gas, we can just assume we're always going to be that way. I think it's going to be a multipolar world. I think the young countries in Africa, Southeast Asia, possibly South America, certainly in the Middle East, India, are going to be the new economic engines. I think Saudi Arabia is always going to be rich in oil, but one day you're going to get an announcement that the king has decided to save the rest of the oil for future generations. That will be a sign, in my judgment, that the King of Kings oil field, the Garwar field, has watered out. Iraq is the next largest pool of traditional oil in the world, and it's all been bombed and destroyed, and who knows who's in control of Iraq. But my understanding is they're back up to 4 million barrels a day. Iraq may be able to pick up some of that slack. Libya could go back to 2 million barrels, 3 million barrels. They might already be there. The UAE does have some excess capacity, but it's not a big number. When Saudi Arabia's internal consumption goes up, as it is, and if you take the Garwar field off the markets, you're going to scare the bond markets. You're going to rattle the financial system, and the world is going to realize there's not enough cheap energy to live the North American experience worldwide. In that environment, and I could go on and on and on, and when I get a new computer, I'll try to do some videos on it. But in that environment, Jay, people who can go down to the farmer and help him install solar panels, or go up to the veterinarian and help her install a new operating table, they are going to be able to barter and earn money when the person who's got a doctorate in gender studies is going to wonder what happened to him. What happened to my future? That's all I'm saying, Jay. It's not an argument that the 1% should control the rest by limiting their access to education, Jay. I believe everyone should read, everyone should go to college, they should go to graduate school, and if they're exceptional, go get their doctorate. I'm all for it. Well, college used to teach you how to think. It really did. When I went, it did. And you could have different points of view. Heath, I got to be very careful. But and it was happening when I was there. But my mother was the vanguard of she was the first daughters of the traditional family who awoke in the 60s with freedoms and feminism, equality, all of that stuff. And I can support, I'm not going to do it now. There's a lot of what was in that agenda that was right and made a lot of sense. But one of the evolutions that's happened, that was the 60s. But now we're what, 80 years later? Education has been changed. And I'm not going to go in it now. I don't want to cause arguments because I'm too tired to handle them. But education has changed dramatically. Now education is teaching you what to think. And that's the tragedy. That's the tragedy. I think education, as Jay has said, as you're implying, education should be critical thinking. And I think we live in the United States of America. It's a free country, and everyone has a right to ask a question, think differently, be different. That's exactly trucking. Hedge fund hogs are using stolen money to buy real estate, rents, and the Fed is printing that money. Why are they doing it? Because the hedge fund wants to get their 2%, 20%. They can't make these returns. Rent, they think, aha, everybody has to pay rent, revenue stream. This is an experiment that we're allowing the banksters to foist upon us. Is this really the society we want to live in? Follow Danish dog. All right, I'll try to remember that. I will remember that. Exactly, skinny whale. Exactly. The Fed, the Treasury prints money and it goes to the banksters. It doesn't filter down to us. Around here, there's a lot, when someone sells their house, I have personal experience, the hedge funds buy it. And the developers, they get 0.5% money. The people that live in the house, they have no recourse. They redevelop it, they break it into apartments, and hey presto, BlackRock has another source of income. I don't think they're going to be able to get CAUD to 50 cents, skinny whale. I think that if people, look, let's use the numbers. We're talking about 11,400,000 shares. The entire CAUD potential issued is 22 million. Right now, authorized is 22 million. So we're talking about 1.6 million that went to the two hedge funds and 11.4 million that is given to us and whatever the insiders are getting. Another, let's call it 1 million. Let's just add that up. 11.4, 1.6, that's 12, that's 13. Let's say the insiders are getting 2 million. That's 15 million shares. And then there's room to grow it to 22 million. Right now, Skinny Whale, I don't know if you sold your shares. I think you said you did. They distributed 0.33 was of 3.5 million, 3.7 million shares. Of that, I understand 2 million are people that'll never sell. 1.6 million is still in limbo. It hasn't been distributed. There's a very little that's real shares distributed. I understand that you sold. I understand other people sold. But you're talking 3.6 million. Of the 1.6 the hedge fund sold, it's going to be sold. My own opinion about that, that's just there to cover the 25 million they counterfeited.
Call from Handy.
Hello? I am. All right, Lucky Ducks. The voice is here.
All right. Since I've spoken to you last, I don't know what time that was. The only thing I've done is get a Wendy's chicken sandwich. And someone put up, what's her name's picture on Twitter, Sam Chung, the CFA of Win Partners. Oh, nice new picture of her. She's got red hair now. Anyway, since that, I had my chicken sandwich, and I just got off the phone with the FBI in DC. I don't know what else I have to do, my friends, but the document that I sent to the Secret Service, I sent to them. Okay? Straight to FBI headquarters in DC. All right, so that's all I can report to you. I can't give you any names, people I'm talking to. And they listened. The gentleman I spoke with understands Wall Street, and that was his job. So again, I went as high as I can go. And it came to another great shareholder introducing me through a federal judge to this to get to this guy. All right, so we're moving as best I can. All right, that's all I can say. What else can you say? All right, is that good enough? That's all I can got. That's all I got. Did I lose you, William? You with me? William.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Where'd you go? I'm talking to who?
I went to the kitchen. I'm trying to make some coffee while you talk.
Again? More coffee?
Yeah, I got to stay alive.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
I heard some of it. I was in the other room turning on the heat.
I said I just spoke with the FBI in DC.
Oh, awesome. Awesome.
What are you, nuts? You got off the phone. I'll give you the most important information. The document that I prepared for the Secret Service, I just gave to the FBI, and I spoke with them for an hour. What else do you want me to do? I may have to travel down, or they may come up to see me. So either way, I'm going to move that along also. All right, and I told them that I prepared this for the
So you think this is like a movie where they're going to send the FBI to arrest you and put you in prison and hide the whole story? Or are you talking to the right guy that's honest?
Either way, I'm a winner. I get to meet new friends.
I heard you had chicken dinner. So winner, winner, chicken dinner.
All right, I'll get a lot of new friends. What else can I say? I don't know. I have no idea. I told the guy, listen, I've been doing this a long time. I told him when I started till today, and I says, I'm passing the torch. You want to do something, do it. You don't want to do it, I don't care. That's what I told him. I said, this is going to steal from your family, your kids, your grandkids. This isn't a financial crime or false numbers or a company doing something stupid or whatever you want to call it, they're stealing from everybody and no one's stopping them. So that's what I said. I said the regulators are captured. We put a truck in front of the SEC for 4 years. And the SEC put out the company, Bloomberg came up with a story today. They're working with the short sellers and thanking them for their tips and paying them for it. I says, we're working our asses off trying to expose this crime. And no one, I don't want any money. Just stop it. That's what I said. I don't want no credit, no money, no nothing. Just stop it. Because if you don't, everyone's going to get wiped out. That's it.
Well, it might already be too late to not get wiped out, but we'll find out. You got to start somewhere.
Well, that's what I told him. I said, he's obviously a younger guy. And I said, hey, do nothing. And everyone gets wiped out. That's it. To get insider trading, all that other nonsense, that's no crime against anybody. Right? You want to sell your stock? If your stock's going up, if someone's got insider information, buying it, and it ticks up, what do you care? You sold it. You wanted to sell anyway. They didn't call you up to tell you to sell it. But this is different. They're just selling you fake shares. It's a complete crime.
It's, as you say, it's just boring and stupid to keep talking about it. It's the same pattern.
So I took it up as far as I could can in 2 places.
You're amazing. You're amazing.
Yeah.
I hate to admit it, but that guy, Comey, what was the FBI director? Tall guy? Comey, yeah. He went to my school. I hate to admit it.
Well, again, I could care less. But all I wanted to do is stop these guys from playing the games. That's it. Get the low-hanging fruit. Let the big guys walk away. I could care less. You want to let them walk away and take over the world? Knock yourself out. I could care less.
I think you care too much.
Well, that's the problem. But again, it's very easy for me now. This stuff just rolls off my tongue. I could actually take a nap and still talk about this stuff. Well, I can still answer the questions. But anyway, I told him, I said, this is I'm the last guy on the chain here. So
I think it's amazing. That is amazing. After all these years, all the effort of the people listening, you got to the FBI. It's unbelievable.
To a shareholder, they got me to him.
To a shareholder. And the one thing about the FBI, other than James Comey and the top floor, I don't think I know people that work at the FBI. They are not corrupt and they're committed to their job. They stay for 30 years, 40 years. They don't spin out and go get a job at Citadel or Skadden Arps law firm. They're there to catch the criminal.
Well, again, the conversation went great, and he understood it. I sent him all my documentation, and I said, "Do you want to sit down?" And they said, "We'll get back to you." So that was just an hour ago.
Don't call us; we'll call you.
Well, again, I hedged it. I told him right out of the gate, I'm working with the Secret Service, so I told him that, and he understood it. So he knows that we're going down 2 different paths here, and he has no idea who I'm talking there.
People were asking me about that. If you met the Secret Service, I said, I don't know. I haven't, but I'm not sure he can say. I don't know.
No, I haven't met him in person yet. I had a long conversation. They asked me for documentation. I got him the documentation, and they're supposed to arrange for a meeting. Was supposed to be today or tomorrow. So as soon as they tell me, I'll go see them in New York, and that'll be the end of it. Perfecto. The other guy, I'm going to come down to DC. I'm not going to tell you when I'm there because I don't want to see you either. I'm just going to get out at that train station, take the train down there, the $400 Amtrak train, which is ridiculous.
And it goes the speed of
I could drive
Honda
backwards
Civic.
when that train goes. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that is the slowest moving train ever. And it's $400.
When I don't know, I haven't been to China, but when you're in Spain, you go from Seville to Madrid, you get on this high-speed train, and it's like being in your living room. You don't feel a thing, and you go 220 clicks, whatever, kilometers per hour, whatever that is in miles per hour.
Amtrak is a filthy, disgusting.
It's horrible.
It's horrible, and they charge so much money. That's why I drive, because it's easy. I'd rather be in my car. I can pull over, take a nap, whatever, if I'm tired. And the train is just awful, just awful.
Yep.
And it's not modern at all, at all. Anyway, I'll let you know if they call me back to come down. I sent them all the documentation. This guy sounded like he's ready to go. So
awesome. That's great progress, Sam. It's great progress.
And I also told him that my life was threatened a bunch of times. He said, we'll talk about that too. So.
Well, I can't wait till you're here.
I told him I bought a shotgun and a handgun to make sure no one comes through my door. I did come through the door to leave them with a lot of holes in them, right?
Well, if they come through the door, they're not going back out.
No, I'm gonna make sure I make sure before I shoot him, I drag him back outside first. Don't shoot him on the lawn.
Otherwise, you'll have to clean it up.
I have to clean up the floor. It'll be more work for me. Anyway, listen, have a great day.
All right.
I've done too much already today. Anyway, have a great day.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, bye. All right. Skinny, the whole point, I'm going to use round numbers. Let's say there's 5 million that's in the float now. With the restricted shares that we have, that's I don't know, another 7 to 8 million. If you believe that if they took the restriction off right now on those 7 or 8 million shares, so we could liquidate, if you believe that would make the stock price go up, it's one strategy. I think the best strategy would be to wait 11 months so they can roll in all these other companies with the help of Univest and Brent's, and then they go out with 250 million in revenue top line, then we sell. I think that would be best. But I do think there'll be pressure from Wales to bring that in to maybe 6 months, maybe 3 months. Who knows? I'm not sure they can go that quickly. That's my first 1 or 2 points. The other is, I agree with you. How unfair is it that you couldn't sell your shares at 25, but they gave the criminals the ability to sell what looks like to me 25 million shares that did not exist, driving it down? Totally unfair, totally illegal. And I agree with you 100% on that. I think we'll start getting a better idea of their vision. I do not believe that the criminals will bring CAUD down to 50 cents over the next 11 months. I have to admit, CAUD could, let me look where it's trading. I don't think it's going to happen, Skinny Whale, but I think the criminals want to get it below $1. And in this tax sell-off period, is it possible? Yeah, they could. The low they got it to was 195. Could they get it lower? Yeah. But if they do, I think it'll be a what's the word? Capitulation, and it'll snap right back. I don't expect them to get it to 50 cents. If that were to happen, it would be now, not in 11 months. Let's see over the next days, maybe couple of weeks, what happens. I continue to believe that it's a high risk buy, both for a trade and for longer term. I personally think it is criminal that we didn't get to sell, but I also think that for 7 or 8 million shares to be locked up for 11 months might work in the advantage of us in building long-term value, although maybe that's not what we wanted. But I think the stock could go to $50 in a couple of years. Finally, Skinny Whale, if we had been able to sell our third, even at $10, $15, $20, we would have taken our entire investment off the table and the rest is for free. That was really illegal. That was really criminal. And we'll see what happens. Logic is no longer what it was. I guess I have to use my props again. Logic, which you bought under or over 20 cents. You're saying, I have Logic. I thought Logic would do better. Well, this is Logic of 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks. For a few months, it was 20 cents or less. Logic distributed DLQ into the Aubrey SPAC. Data Logic was everything Logic had. They didn't have anything else. So Data Logic goes into Aubrey SPAC, which becomes CAUD. We just discussed the criminality. It's horrible. I can't believe after a year that the people at ASPA, anyway, let's just leave it there. Just a complete disaster. It's all fraud. It's all criminality. Before we all point fingers at ourselves, remember that the hedge funds were in it with their clients. They took 120 million minimum out of the market in a criminal fashion. But anyway, so CAUD is now trading at $1.99. CAUD. But when Data Logic was sold to ASP CAUD, it was sold at $10 a share using third-party valuation. The criminals have driven it down from $25. Actually, it was as high as $38 when you couldn't sell. That's Data Logic, which is now called Collective Audience. That's Data Logic. Stock's trading for $1.99 now. I'm not going to do them. Well, I can. $1.99. $1.99. That works out to 16.5 cents. Kind of a split, but it's kind of a reverse split. But your CAUD was distributed 1 share for every 12 shares you have for Logic on a pre-split basis at $1.99. It's 16.5 cents. Now, if you paid 20 cents for Logic on that, that's below what you paid. Now, Logic right now is trading at, I think, 2 cents. $2.50. So the 20 cents Logic became 16.5 cents because of the criminality because of the criminality in the markets. 20 cents is now 16.5 cents in CAUD and 2.5 cents in the Logic shell. When you add those together, it's about 19 cents. So it's a push. It's a push. I think you were looking at 8 to 12 times before the fraud on your money. It's basically a push. All right. Now, on the Logic shell, Logic announced in November, a year ago, that they were going to sign a letter of an intent to acquire a private company worth 40 to 60 cents a share at that time. There were only about 50 million shares outstanding. The preliminary target valuation is between 220 million and 250 million. The transaction would be executed simultaneously with Logic's pending Aubrey de-SPAC deal, whereby the confidential target would be acquired to become a wholly owned subsidiary of Logic. Well, they did the de-SPAC. They haven't announced the replacement. So, Jay, the replacement, I think the reason they would let this one go is the replacement would be better. Well, since that time, because of the financing, because of the SEC delays, because of making payments to the trades in shares, there's now 147 million shares of Logic out. But at the time, when I was saying that they would do better per share, there were 105 million shares outstanding. I did the arithmetic with you yesterday. To get to, say, 60, 70, 80 cents a share, based on, I used the lower number, based on 105 million shares outstanding, that meant you had to get to a valuation of 500 million, maybe more, in the acquisition. In the company that acquires the shell. Now, the risks. What if the valuation is all in some investment banker's head or in a CEO's head? Is it a really verifiable value? We'll find out. I don't have that information. But to fast forward, to be conservative, to allow for there's 147 million shares outstanding, to allow for some of the risk, my opinion is the new private company who will acquire the shell will be worth 40 cents to you. 40 cents. I'm taking the lowest of low ends. That still could be high, but I'm taking the low end. Now, in the shell, I'm not going to pull it up and read it to you, but in reviewing the documents, Logic also took a financing, it looks like, from the two hedge funds, from ASPA's two hedge funds with the criminals behind. It is my opinion there has been criminal counterfeiting in Logic all year. close people to the company say, you got to get away from that. It's just smart people shorting. Whatever. I don't want to get into that discussion. The point is, once data logic was taken out of logic, the shell didn't have anything in it. So the shorts, the criminals, in my opinion, counterfeited, doesn't matter. They just sold it down, 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 down. There has been no catalyst to stop that selling, Jay. But to go to your question, logic has distributed data logic. There's nothing left in the shell. The criminals continue to sell it. Why? It's a shell. It doesn't have earnings. It doesn't have revenue. It doesn't have anything. We can kill it. And when they come to market, we can destroy it further. That's what they're doing. Well, what the shell has is Brent's son, and Brent's fighting the shorts. And Jay, they're gonna by this announcement, which they let go, by this announcement Logic made on August 25th, which coincidentally, they gave excellent results for data logic for the second quarter. The company has continued to progress toward the completion of the SPAC merger. Logic and the SPAC have completed their response to additional round of comments. Blah, blah, blah. The post-DLQ SPAC plans. The company believes, now we're talking about Logic, believes the currently struggling IPO market increases the attractiveness and the value of public reporting companies like the Logic shell for M&A candidates looking to access capital markets. The previously announced merger exclusively offered to Privco, announced in November, was allowed to expire at the end of December. This allows Logic to pursue negotiations with other potentially more favorable private companies looking to go public. This is written by a lawyer. Definitely more favorable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let this one go. The ideal target would enable Logic, the shell Logic, to qualify for a listing on a senior stock exchange. Management, this was in August. Management is currently in late stage discussions with several target companies which are greater in valuation than this company, Jay. But it doesn't matter. I can say it each day. The stock will be driven down each day. I'll have to describe it again. But if you can think of it, simply, Logic for many months was 20 cents. Logic distributed its entire engine into the SPAC which is now called collective audience, and adjusting for the split is trading for 16.5 cents. The shell logic is trading for 2.5 cents. So it's a push. And it's not pleasant. Don't get me wrong. But okay, we know that. But you're asking about logic. What hasn't logic done? Per this press release last November, they said the transaction would be executed simultaneously with Logic's pending Aubrey de-SPAC deal. They haven't done that yet. So, Jay, do you think those deals have gone away? Do you think Brent let this go away so the shell can go to zero? Do you think, Brent, those late stage targets that are described in this press release have gone away? Do you think the late stage negotiations with several candidates all terminated? Or is it possible, Jay? Is it possible that Logic the Shell under Brent Sun has agreed a deal with one of those private companies, which it states in the press release have a greater valuation than Privco? And they haven't announced it yet. I think because of lawyers, maybe there's a quiet period. I don't know why it's taking so long. So, Jay, I argue, you don't have to agree, that they have selected a candidate. They have agreed a deal. In my judgment, which I've shared with the company, they shouldn't announce it until it's a definitive deal. An LOI, a non-binding deal, the stock will go down because the criminals will crush it. Why? Because if it's non-binding, that means there's an agreed formula, and if the criminals can destroy the price, they can bust the formula. How many shares, all that. But remember, Jay, this is a shell. This is a shell. Realistically, it doesn't matter how many shares the shorts think they can create. Right now, it's 147 million shares. I don't think it's going to get expanded. So if you take, Jay, 147 million shares, and I voted to approve the reverse stock split of 35 to 50 to 1. Let's go with 50. Divided by 50. There'll be 3 million shares outstanding in the shell. I don't know which company's going in. I don't know the capital structure of the company going in. But when the new co comes in, I'm going to use the 40-cent number. It could be 50 cents, could be 60 cents value to you right now. But at 40 cents times 50, that's a $20 stock. $20 stock. Now, the new co comes in to the shell. They buy the shell. Actually, I'm doing that wrong. I'm doing that wrong on the value of the stock. It's 3 million shares. It'll be about a $550 million company. That's wrong too. Anyway, Jay, I can't quickly. I think the per share price will be north of 20, maybe $25, $30. we will have an eighth of the company. That's what I was leaving out of that calculation. We'll have a late eighth of that company. There'll be 3 million shares in the float, plus whatever the company that acquires issues to its own investors and itself. I don't know. But do you think there'll be a problem that the shorts have in the shell when this is announced, Jay? So, Jay, some point between now and I would guess January, the shell of Logic will announce the new Privco, which I think to you will be worth value of 40 cents a share. 40 cents a share. I tried to use the lowest calculations that I can presume, but I admit to you, Jay, there's quite a lot of speculation and assumptions I'm making. We'll only know once the announcement is made. If this is a definitive announcement when it's made, it'll probably say 8 weeks, 12 weeks audit. So it's a signed, sealed, and delivery, but the company needs to get a medical exam, an audit. I don't expect any problems with the audits. It's clean. What's to audit? Data logic is gone. There should be very little problem with the audit. So if it's a definitive agreement and the shell announces a deal that's worth 40, I heard it could be worth 60 or 70 cents a share. I'm using 40 cents. Okay. Jay, it could be worth 40 or it could be worth 60 or 70 cents to you, to me, a share. I'm using 40 cents. So what happens to the shell when they announce the private company is buying the shell? Do you think the shorts will be able to drive this down to zero? Maybe. It's all fraud. But if this is announced being worth 40 cents and it's a company worth $500 or $600 million and it's going on the NASDAQ or the NYSE and it has institutional investors and it has an investor's deck and it has some cash, I don't know. Are the shorts going to cover? Jay, I don't know. My guess is if this is worth 50 cents, Logic goes to 5, 10, or 15 cents easily. And you can sell in the 5, 10, 15 cents and keep the majority of your CAUD. Or the shell goes closer to 40 cents if it's a believable story. If it's a believable story. Or Jay, the shell has a miniature short squeeze and it goes to $1 or $1.50 as the shorts scramble to cover. That's where you are in Logic. Now you're asking about Go Logic. Serenity now, serenity now, serenity now. Go Logic CEO is Brent's son. Go Logic is doing the identical thing Logic is doing. They announced, you can look it up, I'm not going to bring it up. They announced that they're distributing their fintech assets into the recruiter.com shell so they can uplist to NASDAQ. The criminals are doing everything they can do to destroy that deal. That deal is still on, and it's going to happen. So GoLogic, much like Logic, distributed all of its assets, or they're about to. So the shorts figure, well, we can short GoLogic to nothing. It's essentially a shell. In fact, GoLogic still owns, it's not a complete shell. It still has some assets. GoLogic, just like the Logic shell, has the cream of the crop of deals that they can roll into GoLogic. Now, you want specifics. I don't have specifics. GoLogic hired, it looks like a very talented woman, I'm forgetting her name, deal maker for the board 6 to 7 months ago. They hired an extremely well-connected technology guy. I'm not going to say his name for the board, mainly because I can't remember it. I don't want to mispronounce it. And GoLogic is primarily in Southeast Asia for now. I mean, depending on what company goes in, it could all change. They also, Brent Sun also is seeing deal flow that could go both in the recruiters.com, where the fintech business is, and into the GoLogic, where at the end of the year, there's fraud. The sellers are destroying GoLogic, same rationale. They're not going to have anything. After they distribute their fintech business to our CRT and they uplist, what's left in GoLogic? Let's destroy the stock. Jay, in Gary Gensler's markets, the banksters, their clients, and their pretenders have an open field shooting fish in a barrel permission to destroy the market cap of any company they see. They're doing it in GoLogic. But what is GoLogic working on? What do you think? They're going to work on merger deals just like Logic. And I bet they're going to be good. There might be more than one. And they've got talented people on the board to come in and manage, and Brent Sun is there. And what have I said, Jay Adams, that should just really run through the logic of this? Univest. Brent Sun was the person who introduced Univest to finger motion. Univest, $150 billion Chinese investment bank who made TOP run and several others in Southeast Asia. Why do you think Univest was talking to Brent? Southeast Asian assets. GoLogic. Do you think Brent can turn to Univest to help collective audience? I think so, Jay. You're overextended. You're overextended in finger and GTII. That means you don't have any cash. So I don't think right now you can sell Logic or GoLogic. If a reverse merger candidate is announced for Logic and Logic trades to 50, whatever, you pick it, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 40, or you hope for a squeeze, I would say you can sell out of that logic in that trade. And I think other people will be too, which will limit the upside so that you'll feel less overextended. If you haven't sold CAUD yet, I think you may get a chance before the end of the year, certainly by January, I think. I think with Finger, I think it would be a mistake to sell Finger, but you can get out. That's where your most money is. And that's where you could immediately feel less pressure. But remember, Finger, something could happen in Finger at any minute. And Finger, we could wake up tomorrow. Did you see the news? And Finger's $15. So if you have cash, you could double your position in Finger and in 31 days sell the other part of it. Doesn't sound like you're in that position. You could lighten up on Finger by selling the stock and buying calls. But if you're under pressure and if you're feeling overextended, the option market's the last place you should go. So I think I would hold on to my Finger. And this is not financial advice. GTII, that looks like a place, if you need to act right today, that looks like a place where you could double down on the position and sell your original position in 31 days. Or if you're really feeling overextended, just get out of GTII now, establish your tax loss. If and when Finger runs, you can get back into GTII. When I think Logic, the shell, will go up when the new deal is announced. I just don't know when it'll be announced. I don't know if it'll be next week or in January. I don't know when it's announced, if it'll be a non-binding or a definitive agreement. I think it will be significantly bigger. I think it'll be worth 40 cents or more to you. So when it's announced, I think this will go up. That's a source of liquidity because you've already earned your CAUD shares. CAUD, I don't know if you sold the 33% you already got. If you have, that was a source of liquidity. If you haven't, I think CAUD trading at $2.03 is similar to Logic. It could go to 1. It could go down, in other words. The criminals are in control of the price of collective audience. But what could change, Jay? The company has been silent. They've been completely silent. Over here, this news, they talk about all the deals they're working on and they're going to bring in and announce at or around the same time as the de-SPAC. Those could be announced. It could be now in the future, but that whole thing could be described. You could have an announcement of the new management teams, or how it shakes out, excitement to be in there. You could get an announcement, maybe. I'm speculating, but you could get an announcement that they're going to work with Univest. You could get an announcement that they're going to go after the counterfeit shares that were sold over the last week. And they're going to fight back. I don't know, Jay. But CAUD was valued. I don't want to go into the SEC filings. You can read in the addendums of 160 pages. It's there. ASP management got a third-party review of the Data Logic assets. They were valued at $10 a share, $114 million, and ASPA traded at essentially $11 all year. So that valuation seemed acceptable to the market. In the meantime, this 1 week, because of ASPA's signing, listening to their investment advisors, those two hedge funds, the criminals, they destroyed ASPA from $38, $25, now $2. That's fraud. That's all fraud, Jay. But it doesn't address what's the value of Data Logic. Once you get some announcements, once the new management's in place, once the team is working at CAUD, is Data Logic worth the $2 the criminals forced it down to, the $25 the stock went to, the $11 ASPA traded all year long, or the $10 that the third party valuation was given, $114 million? I don't know. But if you take $114 million and you take the 11 million shares distributed to us, the 1.6 million distributed to the criminals at the hedge funds, in my judgment, 1.6 plus 11 something. Let's call that, Jay, 13 million shares outstanding. Let's say the insiders gave themselves 2 million. 15 million shares outstanding. So we'll divide that by 15 million. On the value that was given to Data Logic by the third party, it's $7.60 a share. So do you, Jay, think after there's announcements discussing the vision, discussing the other companies that are going to roll in to the company, discussing the fight back, discussing perhaps favorable financing, discussing maybe Univest? Jay, you have to make the decision. Do you think CAUD is worth $2, $7, $10, or there's a little bit of a short squeeze, maybe back to $20, $25? Anyway, of that palette that you give me, I think if you really need a source of funds immediately, GoLogic's at 50 cents. I mean, if you have to, sell GoLogic, but I would wait till you get your two pieces of paper. In Logic, you've already gotten your two pieces of paper. I would wait to sell Logic until they make some sort of announcement. That could be days to weeks. Then you can get out of it at your own determination. Finger, I'd be really reluctant to sell my entire position. Maybe you can sell part of it. Maybe just sell part of it. Lighten up. GTII, I don't see any news or event that you would miss out on anything if you sold here and waited 31 days. But there is a risk that Alpine collapses, that the Trento mining deal goes down, that the whales start buying, that there's a buy-in. There is a risk. But if you're really in dire need of capital and you have to do it today, maybe that's where you look. If you can wait for Logic to make this announcement, I think Logic goes to 10, 15 cents range. You can get out before. Maybe it gets to 20. Maybe it gets up to 40. But remember, everybody else on this call is going to be selling too, and the shorts are going to be selling. But could it be the shorts need to cover a lot of stock? We'll find out. On CAUD, if you haven't sold yet, over the next many weeks into the first quarter, I think it could take that long into the first quarter. I think this business plan that they've announced and put out there is going to be put in effect. CAUD could see a nice rally from $2. But on the other hand, it could go down to $1 first. I don't know, Jay. I spent a lot of time on your portfolio. Do I like or trust crypto? I like the idea of decentralized dollars. I like DeFi. I love it. If you think through DeFi, Jay, it eliminates the need for Goldman Sachs. It simply eliminates it. At its finest instant, DeFi means that a bunch of farmers in Pakistan could get together and raise money and finance a hydro water project. They don't need Goldman Sachs. They don't need Archer Daniels Midland. They don't need the US dollar per se. Decentralized DeFi is a threat to Goldman Sachs. It's a threat to JP Morgan. It's a threat to Morgan Stanley. It's a threat to Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Wells Fargo. Why do you think, Jay, Gary Gensler has fallen in love with Kim Kardashian's tush and that other woman that married a Middle Eastern's pretty face? Because he wants to get the large banks into control of Bitcoin, into control of blockchain, so that Goldman Sachs can continue to rape, pillage, and steal from everyone worldwide. That's why Gary Gensler is there. Of course, it's in my judgment. The whole video's in my judgment. So I love the idea of DeFi. If it can get past the efforts of the banksters, the US government, the SEC, the Treasury Department, and all they're going to fight it. But I like decentralized crypto is fantastic. I like it. What I don't trust is, we've already seen it. Is this the last time we're going to see it? What happens is everyone gets in, there's a run up, there's scams, everything runs up. Then the shorts come in, the banksters come in, drive it down, and even the best deal gets wiped out. The original investors get wiped out, and then the banksters come in. If that's already happened and we're past that stage, and we've narrowed it down to the best practices and best crypto, I love it. I love it. I'm not sure we're through that risk stage yet. And the biggest risk of all is by government fiat, by edict, they can say it's not allowed. And of course, a satellite could hit, an object from space could knock out all the satellites, knock out all the statements. But I assume most crypto has underground safe storage, I assume. Controversy. Wow, I'm behind. Prince was #1 hit. Yeah, he was something. He had hits. He just wrote too many. He thought everything was a genius, but it wasn't. I think Little Nicky, Darling Nikki is great. Hey, Chuck, I'm glad I can help you work. I got to try to get through here. BKKT is the first crypto credit. Maybe. That'd be great. Credit card. Just get out of doubt. Back down, finger goes. Great. I'm just going to try to go through these quickly. I make more playing blackjack. Well, go play blackjack. If you're good at it, that's a good way to make money. Thank you, Mark R. Zen in the Art of Motorcycle. Wow, I'm behind. Phaedrus. And the FBI will never be heard from again. Thank you, Floppy. Do you want that he doesn't try? My father's half Irish, Italian mother. My dad, Mark, went to Mount St. Mary's, and I told you this already. Late at night, he said, I don't know, curfew was like 10. It was all men. They get in the dorm rooms. At the end of the dorm, someone would open their room and yell out, "You effing wops!" And then someone from the other end would yell, "You effing mix!" And all night they'd be yelling, "Mick wop, Mick wop." That's what my dad said. But I have both in me, so I guess I can talk about it. Ham is working. On December 14th, a judge is wanting the names of those entities who made MMTLP trade. Yahoo! That's great news. Jay, I've talked to I don't think if I keep talking about my point of view, I'm not probably going to convince you. I think everyone who wants higher education should have it. Should it be in degrees for gender studies and chiaroscura? Maybe. Philosophy? Maybe. But our country was built by electricians, CBs, bricklayers, iron mongers, and etc. So PS 71 Bill Lat, beginning now, and heard something about you in a diss out with someone. This annoys me and is a sign of our Saturday weekend. No one is forced to listen. Well, that's right. Look, the gentleman that I read the text out, he's a good guy as far as I can tell. It's just a younger generation that I don't quite understand. I would never, ever, as I went through my career, I got mad at one boss because he blindsided me. I snapped at a compliance officer. My question was, and I think I used I might have used the F word. Can't remember. I know I said to him, "Who the heck are you? Who are you?" Because he was coming in asking, and I didn't even know the guy. He was a broker. But as soon as he explained, I immediately apologized. We became best friends. He'd come play poker at my house. He was a great, great guy. Great sense of humor. But it's a different generation. You know, there's no apologies. It's too much pride. Hey, if you want to be a man, show respect. Blah, blah. Hey, I don't know. You know, that's not me. That's not me. But I've always anyway, life is complicated. It's hard to get through. But I think the guy's a good man. He just to me, he's a young punk or a young man. I'm not calling him specifically a punk. Telling me to act like a man, telling me to show him respect if I want respect. That would have never flown in my generation, talking to, you know, the next generation. And anyway, he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand that. So anyway, I don't want to, I've said my piece. I'm not particularly interested in going much further with it. I would expect an apology, but that's going to that's too much pride. It's going to take too much. So that's not going to happen. But I'm content. Life goes on. I think he's done a lot of good things for the community. He did help me quite a bit in the early stages of that. And so I think he's a good person. I don't know. Let's put it down to miscommunication. Yeah, I realized that as I said Honda Civic, but Sub has the boss. I remember when Honda Civics first came out, and they were putt-putt cars. But they had a little snap to them, but they were tiny and they were motorcycles. Oh, God. Oh, God. Jay, about 6 months ago, GTII issued restricted shares as a special dividend. This was to trap the back offices who were trapped in the warrant issued as a special dividend a year ago. That previous, the year ago one, was causing a short squeeze. We decided collectively we weren't interested. We go to COSM. Well, management said, well, that didn't work, but we saw it start to work, so they issued this. Why? They hired Wes Christian. They hired Sharon Tell. They gave you free 1 share for every 10 you have. You have it, Jay. You have it. You have it. You got it. And it's worth what common stock is. Your statement might not show the value because it's restricted. It can't trade. Wall Street, about a decade ago, made it impossible for you to hold physical shares in your account. Everything has to be electronic so they can hide the fraud. They can hide the IOUs. They can stuff your account with fail to locate shares, fail to settle shares. So they don't price it. The computers aren't set up, but you can do it. Now, that legend is supposed to come off that stock dividend, and GTII's lawyers gave every broker dealer a letter to lift that off. You can go do your own work and find it in a press release. The reason GTII issued this as a special dividend, has to go through the transfer agent, is so that Wes Christian, Sharon Tell, and other attorney, the other one, Bernstein or something they hired, can keep track of Fidelity, Wells Fargo, who, in the first case, were charging 1,000%, when, in my opinion, GTII was in the beginning of a squeeze before COSM came and convinced us to go elsewhere. And Wells Fargo took the buy recommendation away, and the other companies were slow walking it. So what GTII did by giving you 1 share for every 10 free, they're trying to cause the system to gum up. They're trying to cause the system to lie to you, delay, make excuses. They're trying to cause the system to make a Hobbesian choice. Do we commit more securities fraud, or do we buy in GTII? They're trying to make the system see the settlement issue and decide to buy back in the 92% of stock that you have that's free to trade. Any idea on the dividend? My opinion, I'll go with him, not the boo birds. I believe the system is caught short 40 million shares of non-existent dividends. They don't know what to do. If I'm wrong, use half. If I'm wrong, use 10%. Use 5% of that number. The system is in trouble. Jay, if you want me to, I'll call everyone I know and say, Jay Roach wants to be able to sell his shares. Can we pull off the hounds? GTII, could you issue enough stock to the broker dealers for free to get them out of trouble? Because Jay's uncomfortable with how long the dividend is taking to be free to trade. That's not how I see it, Jay. I see it, we want it to take a long time. Why? Why? Because the system is therefore in trouble. The system is trying to figure out what it can do. How can the system give Jay Roach real shares as a dividend via the transfer agent without committing securities fraud? Or alternatively, the system decides to commit securities fraud and Wes Christian is taking track. But Jay, if your idea is you want that to trade right away, you're not getting the story, and you might as well sell your GTII stock. After all of this, you're not understanding why GTI issued restricted shares as a special dividend, which has to go through the transfer agent. I don't know what else to say to you. You do have the dividend. You've earned your right to that dividend. You just can't trade it right now. I personally think it's great that you can't trade it. I can't trade mine because it means the system is in trouble. Will it work? Who knows? GTII has tried a dozen things to make the system and Gary Gensler do their job. None of them have worked so far. The one that got the closest was the warrant as a special dividend that the Three Musketeers came and convinced everyone to trade out of. South Florida, wow. That would be great. I'd love your help as a market media. I'd love it. So I have an email called Farrand Balanced. My last name, Farrand Balanced, like far and balanced at gmail.com. I've never looked in it because I don't quite know how to, but I owe one gentleman that I'm going to do it, so I will. Is Finger releasing a dividend on the 17th? I don't expect any news by the 17th. But Ham mentioned it, I don't know, a month and a half ago that he thought everyone's clued into it. I expect the options to expire worthless that are above $5 and below $5, the puts below $5 on Friday. I do not expect anything by Friday. Steamroller versus OTC markets. This is awesome. This is awesome. Turn over the identities of the entity. I love it. That is huge. That's a breakthrough unless they can appeal it. I don't find you men all that appealing. I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy, but I don't find you men all that appealing. Yeah, CA $2. That's great, Jay. I love it. Love that. Hey, Ryan Sartell. 199. Sue. 600,000. Well, Sue's up there in her mansion, flying high, getting stoned. No, doing something in her mansion, and I'm driving, getting stoned. How are you, Harry? Hi, how are you, Sue? I can't remember the words. Sue, it's tough. I've dealt with some financial hardship, so and I'm not talking about right now. Anyway, it's tough. All I can say is there are ways to start making that back. One is to take advantage of the tax losses. There is that value. The other is to shift into things which might work, but you can't. I don't know. Let's say you had a $700,000 account and it's now worth 100. You can't take that 100 to 700 in one trade. It's not going to happen unless you get really extraordinarily lucky. So, but there are ways to get that. It's not impossible. It's just going to take time and thought. There'll be another wave in something else, and you can make that back. And we'll talk about all those things. They'll come, and we'll talk about them. I need to get a better way of doing these long videos, being able to edit it, or doing short. Anyway, I need a new computer. That could be very huge, Moody. Bloomberg is about, Ham talked about it. He had they published a story that short sellers are calling the SEC tip line to report naked short selling, and then they're being rewarded. Not legal advice. Oh, God. That's awesome. Brokers responsible for the actions of their customers. Awesome. Finger $5. Hey, how are you? Oh God, how are you? I had a dream we met last night. Sounds like a nightmare for you. Yeah, Ham tried to help them. That's what he said. Echo. I understand you can't counterfeit Bitcoin. I understand all that. But don't you believe that the US government can't screw up the narratives? They're trying to. I got it all. Deep, I'm not going to read all that. I understand all that. Will a recession lead to a crypto bull market or a bear market? It depends on how. I'm not rubbing my nose, trying to rub my gout. It hurts. I'll do it like that. It depends on how resilient everybody is. But if people have to sell their crypto because they don't have a job and they want to keep their car, crypto will go down too. It's subject to bull markets and bear markets, just like anything else. Wall Street wants to turn everything into a commodity. They want to make houses, stocks, entire companies, industries into trading vehicles that they can wrap options around and futures around, and then they can do default swaps on, because they're all geniuses and they all deserve to constantly be stealing earning fees from the rest of us. Lower the dictation is more essential than higher education. Oh, lower education is more important than higher education. Yeah, going back, I think it was Jay, if you have the foundation of a great education when you're younger, and going in, fair enough, going into maybe a 2-year school or college, but definitely lower on. And during that lower education, this is my judgment, if you get addicted or you capture a need to read, look at Harry S. Truman, Lincoln, Patton read history, didn't read much else. But if you become a reader, a lifelong reader, that'll be based on your lower education skills more than your higher education. Thank you, Dadif. I think that's a true assessment of all of us when we're typing into ether. There's no threat of even meeting the other person, maybe. And so we have to double our effort to be polite to each other. And that's also just learning etiquette in a different world. Well, you're right. The founders founded this country on the philosophers, but we've evolved very rapidly as a world. And I think that the United States still has the republic, which was created by them, but we've become we were an industrial powerhouse, and now we're just financial manipulators. We're the largest military in the world, and we are blending, whatever side of the parties you're on, you cannot argue with the fact that we went from a fragmented media industry where televisions were different than newspapers and different than magazines and different than radio. Under the Bill Clinton signature, which magnified the initial small Ronald Reagan, so it's both parties, we now basically have 6 media companies controlled by BlackRock. We have 4 large brokerage firms. I don't know how many banks. I would say less than a dozen, but maybe less than 6 big commercial banks. But remember, the investment banks are now commercial banks. We took away the split between commercial and investment banks. Money management has been concentrated to Leon Cooperman, Stevie Cohen, and a handful of others. Education is 3 schools. I'm exaggerating to make a point. And all our kids grow up like they're from Lake Wobegon. They're all special. So it's a different environment now. And I think we've married media, government, military industrial complex, possibly the drug companies and the agriculture companies, the messaging, social media. And I think, Jay, we're as far away from the country that the American philosophers foresaw as we could possibly be. The only thing we have left is people like you and me who remember this is a free country. We're allowed to say what we think and et cetera. But we got to be careful. Did I graduate from Columbia or just buy the t-shirt? Never been. I like that, ring the bell, scientific method. I like that. Hey, Sheikh Fahad. Hey, Sheikh. Thank you very much. I know I'm not, but I try to be. It could. Just remember, it's always darkest before things go totally black. Now that's my friend in London, Becker, who always says that, or first said it to me. Oh gosh. Well, 1933 Act is, I think, where the Rule 144 comes from, or it was everything's an amendment of the 1933 securities laws. I have them over here, scintillating. They're all bullshitting you. They have the letter that can lift the restriction from the companies. I agree with that. There should be no fee waiver. Seek arbitration. Of course, that takes more than the fee. I don't know where that judge, we'll see if they answer you. That's great. Not legal. Not legal advice is doing a brief in his briefs on the SEC paying the briefs. That's great news. That's what I think. You're picking on me, aren't you? You're picking on me. Djokovic went 3 sets on Sinner, and Sinner won the first one because Djokovic was broken. The second set, Sinner won. Djokovic won in the tiebreak. That's how I remember it. Third set went to it. I think Sinner broke Djokovic. I think Djokovic came back and broke Sinner. Went to the tiebreak, and Djokovic lost to Sinner in the third set tiebreak. And it totally got out of control. Sinner obliterated him in the tiebreak. So depending on which ranking in the red group that you see, green group that you see, Djokovic is number 2 or number 3. Sinner will make it through to the semifinals. Now it's between Djokovic and Rune, who goes on. Djokovic beat Rune, but Rune played Tsitsipas, and Tsitsipas quit after 3 games. Sinner played Tsitsipas and blew him away, 6-4, 6-4. But now Djokovic, instead of getting to play the easy peasy Tsitsipas because he's hurt, has to play Hurkacz. That happens tomorrow. So if Djokovic beats Hurkacz tomorrow, in general, he'll be on to the semifinal round. It gets complicated. One, it's not going to be easy to beat Hurkacz when the other guys had easy peasy against Tsitsipas. But 2, if Djokovic takes 3 sets to beat Hurkacz and Sinner beats Rune beats Sinner in 2 sets, it gets really complicated, and I can't quite figure out who goes into the next round. But Djokovic beat Rune, so it should be Djokovic. Hurkacz can't go in. Tsitsipas can't go in. If Djokovic loses to Hurkacz and Sinner loses to Rune, it becomes complicated because Djokovic beat Rune. So Djokovic is at risk to not make the semifinals. I think it's unfair because he's got to play a really hard and difficult opponent when Tsitsipas walked after 3 games, quit on Rune. So Rune's legs are going to be fresh, and Sinner got to play Tsitsipas 6-4, 6-4. So long way of saying tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Djokovic better beat Hurkacz, and then he should be. He's almost certainly going to be into the semifinals with Sinner. On the other side, Alcaraz looks hot as a pistol. I still don't like him very much, but he completely annihilated Rublev this morning. There's a match on now between Medvedev and Zverev. Medvedev. Yeah, Medvedev and Zverev. We'll see how that goes. But I think Medvedev will go through and Alcaraz. So then you're going to see Sinner probably have to play Alcaraz. No, have to play Medvedev, and Djokovic have to play. No, sorry. It would probably be Sinner, Alcaraz, Djokovic, Medvedev in the semis. And you could see a Sinner Djokovic final, or you could see a Djokovic Alcaraz final. Possibly. Could get excited. Are you sure the court ordered the release or set a hearing? I don't know how to answer that. I think MMTLP, that is a big deal, but it might not be a final. It might, it might just be the judge asking. They might have appeals, so it might not be final. ATGL. I'm gonna ask you if I can check that tomorrow, because I want to get to the tennis. ATGL. All right. Generally, the court would set a hearing to show cause. Okay, yeah. It's, in other words, it takes time. Yeah, not legal advice. It's going to take time. That could happen. I wouldn't mind seeing a final with Djokovic against Sinner and Djokovic beats him in 2 sets. I wouldn't mind seeing that. One thing in my mind is Djokovic last year went undefeated in this, so he's defending 1,500 points. Alcaraz didn't play. Alcaraz now has 200 points here. I wouldn't like to see Alcaraz get very many more and Djokovic get more. So when they go to the Australian, where Djokovic is defending 2,000 points, Alcaraz I don't think is defending any. Djokovic, even if he had a bad Australian, could still remain number one. That's how I'm thinking. Not legal advice. Court set a hearing to show cause why the name should not be disclosed. May and should grant the petition. All right. So it's down the road. Expect an appeal. I heard it, this is Upsoft 88. Heard it was 90 days and 90 days for each of the 2/3 of CAUD. Could be. Upsoft 88, the document says 11 months, but it could be that the insiders, by that I'm talking about the big holders, are lobbying the firm so that in 90 days, another third could be sold, and in another 90 days, another third. That's congruent with everything I've understood. I have told people that I hope they wait 11 months. What I hear back is people are lobbying for it to be less. So you could be right, Upsoft. All right, Upsoft. I'm not going to look. I want to watch the tennis. But if you go into Edgar under Logic, get the proxy. Now, it might not be the final, just summary proxy. Get the proxy. Go into the document. Go 100 pages. You will see the description. You've got to do you've got to search for it. You will see the description that 33% of the shares will be distributed to the DLQ parent, us. I just don't want to go read it again right now. I want to watch the tennis. And then the remainder is supposed to wait 11 months. But Upsoft, that can be changed by management. That can be changed. if enough of the big shareholders demand it. So don't worry, Upsoft. If you're one of the ones that would prefer people to sell it off while the shorts are selling, I think you're going to get your chance. But Upsoft, I don't think that the $2 story that's going on right now, where the criminals rule the roost, give it 90 days, give it 6 months. I don't think that's going to be the narrative anymore. So it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay if they release the shares for trading sooner. I personally hope they wait. Anyway, with a name like Djokovic, he should be a stand-up comic or an attorney from Harvard who tells bad jokes to break the ice. What's a grit? What's a U? Yeah, that's a big pet peeve. The right wing to overturn the fairness doctrine. But Jay, the number one Republican president, Bill Clinton, took it all the way. Took it all the way. And he signed into law. And by the way, if you read the book by I'm Good Enough and Gosh Darn It, People Like Me, that guy, he describes it in his book. He's a Democrat describing what Bill Clinton did. But he signed the Fairness, the Greatest Media Act in History Act. And because of that, news is just entertainment. All right. Sounds good. 90 days isn't bad. I'm waiting for news. It looks like 27 requests. Up soft. Some news coming. I'm hearing from CAUD possibly. I'm not going to confirm or deny it, but if you're referring to what I think you might be, I don't think it's going to necessarily change the stock. But drip, 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 and you have a stalagmite. Is a stalagmite the one that goes up? I don't know. All right, I'm going to say I want to go to the tennis. So I wish everyone peace. I wish the world peace, and I wish we all would spend a moment just saying a quick prayer for it. And I wish you happiness as well. And tell someone you love them. Tell a puppy dog or a cat or a horse you love them. And my theme right now, because now is the time, if you have a moment and you're saying prayers or thinking, say a prayer for Jenny L. And yes, Al Franken. Judge said on or before the 26th of November. Wow. Al Franken. All right, everybody. We will catch you down the highway.